Honorable Minister, are you able to hear us? Thank you so much. Shubh Prabhat, Namaskar, and good morning, Honorable Minister. Mr. Bhartiya, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the 5th National Forum of Public Affairs of India with the theme of New Paradigm. It gives me an immense pleasure to specially welcome our chief guest, Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, for joining us this morning from Nagpur. Please give him a big applause. A visionary with great ideas, an innovative approach, an able administrator who believes in attaining results, a performer par excellence is Minister Gadkari best described as. He's been a champion of strong collaboration between the government and corporates, so it is extremely gratifying that the Honorable Minister readily agreed to join us in spite of his very busy schedule when Ravi and I met him last week in Delhi. Sir, the function of public affairs has changed rapidly from being corporate affairs to public affairs and now to what we call public engagement. And you can relate it much better than anybody else being in public life. Sir, I won't take much time, but we have with us a day-long program with over 50 speakers, 250 delegates from 150 corporates, and much of that was possible because of all these 32 sponsors and 14 supporting organizations. And especially I want to highlight the role played by some of our founding members, the past presidents, Prema, Rajiv, Harish, Vishwanath, Rahul, and all of them have really continued to stay engaged with the forum. The program is very informal, more panel discussions, so please stay engaged during the deliberations. And I now invite Ravi to give you a formal welcome. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Shri Nitin Gadkari Sahib, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shipping, Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, our chief guest who has joined us via video link from Nagpur, Shri Hari Bhartiya ji, past President CII and co-chairman and founder Jubilant Bhartiya Group, my colleagues on the dais, friends from industry and the media. I'm delighted to extend a very warm welcome to all for PAFI's 5th National Forum. It's indeed a historic occasion for PAFI as we enter the 10th year of our existence. What began as a small step when we formed an informal group has now become a resource for the public affairs professionals that provides a platform and opportunity to exchange information, share knowledge and experiences in engaging with external stakeholders. We are a non-partisan forum comprising of organizations and individuals working in the field of public affairs, dedicated to raise and maintain standards of practice in public policy. PAFI's objective is to redefine perceptions on how business entities should engage with the stakeholders, from government, media, to civil society and academia. We believe that public affairs will play an increasingly significant role in organizations as well as contributing to nation building. And we also believe that there is a need for more transparency and accountability in public policy. There is a need for more participation from all stakeholders. There is a need for more collaborations. And most importantly, there is a need for bringing in the greatest good for the greatest numbers. We recently undertook a survey covering various issues that impact public affairs professionals. Some of the broad trends that emerged included the need to upgrade the skill of public affairs professionals, the need to reduce trust deficit, the need to reduce lack of information, the need to reduce gaps in coordination within government departments, the need to reduce vested interests, and the need to increase engagement at state levels. Based on the feedback, PAFI has identified the following 5 broad themes. First is to deepen engagement platforms, identify specific areas where engagement has to be intensified across stakeholders in India, especially the state governments. New areas of thought leadership, work with membership to look at new trends where thought leadership is needed. The third area that we would be concentrating on is building partnerships, engaging with counterparts across other countries to share best practices. Create platforms, more importantly, including digital, for members to share innovation practices in stakeholder engagement. And the last but not the least, identify new stakeholders. Given the dynamic global policy environment, PAFI will work with members to identify emerging stakeholders for engagement. On the whole, sir, it is clear that we need a new paradigm that comprises of new approaches and new ideas. We in PAFI will continue our Swachh Public Affairs Abhiyan. The single most important agenda, sir, for India today is to create a new paradigm that meets the aspirations of a young population. This requires vision and the ability to create policies and responses that adopts a bottoms-up approach so that impact is felt by a larger section of the population. No development can be achieved till all stakeholders work in tandem. How can we create a new India that can face the challenges and tap the opportunities of the future? How can industry and government work together to create a new paradigm for India? How are states and the center working in tandem to deliver sustainable growth? Are policies in India fully reflecting the new challenges that are emerging? To share his perspective, I now invite Shri Hari Bhartiya ji to deliver the keynote address, and just a few words about Hari ji. Hari, along with his brother Shyam, is the founder and co-chairman of Jubilant Bhartiya Group, headquartered in New Delhi, India. The Jubilant Bhartiya Group, with around 36,000 employees globally, has a strong presence in diverse sectors like pharmaceuticals, drug discovery, services, and life science ingredients, among others. Hari is former president of the Confederation of Indian Industry and a member of several educational, scientific, and technological programs of the Government of India. Hari is a member of several CEOs forums, and prominent being the India-USA CEO Forum and India-France CEO Forum. He is a regular participant at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, and is a member of the World Economic Forum's International Business Council, Council of Chairmen, and the Health Governors. Hari is a strong proponent of corporate social responsibility. He, along with Shyam, established Jubilant Bhartiya Foundation, whose efforts are directed towards community development with focus on primary education, basic healthcare services, and livelihood generation programs. His immense contributions have been recognized with various awards. Over to you, sir.
Gadkari ji, namaskar. I'm so happy that you have been able to join us from Nagpur. Istiaq, Ajay, Ravi, firstly, thank you for inviting me here to PAFI. A few words about my own interaction with Gadkari ji. As a CII president, first time I met him, हम उनसे मिलने गए, तो पहली चीज़ उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए आप बिजनेसमैन हैं, मुझे भी बिजनेस करना आता है. And I discovered how many enterprise he has built in Nagpur. That was my first conversation. Second time, when he was president of BJP, he had actually set up a think tank. And he invited CII to come and present there on what industry believes should be the economic strategy. So as public affairs professionals here and members and experts, so what better person to speak to and have and invite him to speak to all of you is because he understands how policy needs to be worked upon, and especially by inviting all the stakeholders. So Gadkari ji, that first experience was amazing. My third experience with him was when we invited him to our Social Entrepreneurs Annual Award, which is we give in partnership with World Economic Forum. And he came, and I must say, I could feel that when he learned about some of these social entrepreneurs who presented that day, and I could feel that his sense of kind of understanding, because his own involvement in social enterprise across various organizations in Nagpur, in other parts of the world, I could see that he could relate to them so well. And so thank you for all the engagements that I've had with him, and I really look forward to what you have to say today. I must say a little bit about PAFI. I came to know about PAFI through Ajay, and I must congratulate somebody who put this acronym together, PAFI. You know, it sounds like Barfi, huh? Or it sounds like parfait. You know, parfait in French is perfect, huh? And it's also a dessert. So when you think about PAFI, you have only nice memories. So it's a great acronym for public affairs organization, and it's a great marketing actually. So and I know public affairs is a tough role, and all of you work so quietly. And all this network coming together, I call it the network of networks, is PAFI, because it's such a powerful organization, and what you have been able to achieve in the last 10 years is incredible. And I've seen how it has grown, and I must congratulate you. Of course, advocacy today is very important, especially in a changing business and economic environment. And we see that all the time, and I'm going to talk a little bit about later how technology is changing business models and how advocacy has to be much faster than what it used to be. We lived in the, I was born as an entrepreneur in the era of license Raj, where Gadkari ji would know, even for anything, even to start an industry, I had to go to DGTD or one of these Udyog Bhavans to get a license. And then they used to decide how much I can make, what I can make. And from that, a lot of things have changed. And especially the focus of the entire government on ease of doing business. So today's entrepreneur is much freer than what we used to be when we started our enterprise. So, and that's why you see a $1 billion company being formed in almost 1 year. You have a young entrepreneur who could be running a $1 billion company by some new disruptive models. And of course, the quality of founders have changed. They have become younger, brighter, more disruptive, and sometimes temperamental. You have seen, recently, Gadkari ji, I saw the Tesla CEO smoking pot on television. Now, that must be a public affairs, and you must get the Tesla public affairs guy to speak to you. How did he handle that matter? So, founders are temperamental. They are creating value, they are creating changing business models, but also they are learning how to deal with other stakeholders. And I think this is a learning that we all need to imbibe as founders or CEOs or people who head businesses. It's just not about making profit, but it's also about engaging with all the stakeholders
and aligning your strategy with all of them. Yesterday, Rajiv ji spoke about trust, building trust, and I think that's the core. So I would say in this new paradigm, the building of trust across all stakeholders continues to be a paramount issue. And how do we build trust? And we are seeing almost trust breaking down now globally. And it's not only a phenomena that you see in India sometimes, but you see globally. From open borders, we are starting to close the borders. So that's we have starting distrusting the way countries can do business. Immigration is being shunned because people don't want immigrants to come. There are racial tensions starting to build up. Communities don't trust businesses because they believe they are only for making profit. People believe technology is making rich richer, and that's true actually. If you see, the concentration of wealth is increasing. So why would people trust businesses? And so it's our job to, especially in India, where the economic disparity is so high, as businesses, we need to make sure that while we do create employment, create livelihood, create sustainable businesses, but it is also important that we are benefiting the communities at large. We work closely with the government. You know, sometimes, and for this I must tell Gadkari ji, people talk about politicians as if they are a problem. But when I put myself in the shoes of a politician, I realize how big a task they have. You know, as a CEO, I don't have to get elected every 5 years. But Gadkari ji has to get elected every 5 years. He has to go back to the public. So his understanding of stakeholders, I find, would be much better than as a company where I am being a shareholder, nobody can remove me. So how do I make sure that as businessman, as founder, as CEO, I continue to align with all the stakeholders? And of course, all of you know, and on building trust, conviction, belief of the company, and how authentic you are, how correct you are, how transparent you are, even when you make a mistake, is very important and critical to build a strong engagement with all the stakeholders. Secondly, this is a job which requires huge engagement, and I must congratulate the bridging part that you do, because people who run businesses are not, they have egos, they are focused sometimes too much on profit, and it's your job to remind them that while you are focused on profits, you need to be sure that you are engaging with all the stakeholders in a very patient manner. And I think that bridging role all of you play, and this role in every company is becoming more and more important. Secondly, as we are talking about new paradigm, I must say the one thing that is starting to change in companies is moving from this quarter to quarter sense. That means every quarter being, you only worry about the coming quarter and not worry about the long term. There have been huge number of studies made. McKinsey is one of them, which have done a study that companies which focus on long term make investment today for the future, whether it's R&D, whether it is in disruptive technologies, or anything which relates to long term, which may not give benefit to the shareholders in the short term, are the companies which are today outperforming. Because it used to be the practice that every CEO would give a guidance for the quarter. Now, in today's situation, it's very difficult to predict. The environment changing, there are new business models coming in. So if you can't meet your guidance for the quarter, then you start scrambling and you start taking shortcut methods. So companies have stopped giving guidance also, because they've realized it's better to play out on the long term and let the shareholders decide that how you continue to perform. And you work on only the investors, you try to get investors who think and are aligned with your long-term vision. So, and I've found people complain about GST, and I must say this to Gadkari ji, but it's a long-term measure. You can blame the government for short-term issues. When you implement such a big change in the way business was being done in India, the way logistics used to happen in terms of indirect taxes, it was a disruption. So we will have a short-term pain, but today I'm sure everybody realizes GST was one of the best reforms this government has been able to do. And I must congratulate, Gadkari ji is listening to me, and I must congratulate, sir, your government, which has stayed away from short-term measures, but has continued to implement the long-term strategy. And I think I like that, because if oil price changes and you start tinkering with everything, then you tinker with the basic economics. Lastly, I just want to add that the fourth industrial revolution, that is technology in every which way, whether it's robotics, whether it's automation, is starting to change business models. And we all need to get aligned. We all need to think of how our businesses will get disrupted. And I can give you an example. Sir, we are in a small business where we sell pizzas in one of our businesses. We have 1,200 stores, and we have found that people now order, 70% of our people order online. Now, I would not have thought 5 years back that this change will happen. And I believe in the next 2 years, 90% of the people will order their food, and within half an hour, it will get delivered. They will be able to track where their pizza is. They will be able to talk to the delivery boy if he gets lost by any chance. So, and this is happening to a small product like pizza. Now, this is what technology has enabled. Also, it brought in a lot of efficiency, and we need to, and it requires big customer data, so data privacy. I'm sure all of you work on issues like cyber security, data privacy. New laws are being implemented by the government. I think Sri Krishna Committee has given a report. Every company will have to have. So, and this requires huge engagement with the government. How to, and if you need autonomous cars, we need to bring new laws. If you have to have drone deliveries, you have to bring a new, completely new paradigm of the way we are going to engage. The government is going to regulate all these issues. So the work is only increasing because the business disruption is changing things so fast. So all of you, I'm sure, are geared up, and the theme of your conference, New Paradigm, is an appropriate one, because we all need to get aligned with that. So with that, I'd like to again congratulate you for this 10 years of PAFI, and wish you a great conference today. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've been waiting for, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. Over to you, sir.
Sir, we are not able to hear you. Just give us a moment, sir. We are not able to hear you. We're trying to fix the audio from your side. Maybe it's mute. Just checking, sir. Technology.
Really a great effort for me because as a person I am very much committed for this and development of the country. The nationalism, progress and development, that is the highest priority for our government. And I always feel that the politics is an instrument of socio-economic reform. At the same time, I believe that it is not only the government and the God, it is the people who can make the socio-economic transformation, and that is very important. They are the important stakeholders. Dear friends, our future is related with the knowledge. Science, technology, skill, and new innovation in knowledges and new innovation in skills are the strength for the country. Innovation, entrepreneurship, technology, research, we name it as a knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is practically a vision for the country. I feel that our country's future is very important. We are the largest growing economy in the world. And that is the reason that we have to think seriously on the different developmental sector of our country. Basically, contribution of our GDP, basically it's from industrial sector, that is manufacturing sector, is 22-24%, 52 to 56% from service sector, and something 7 to 8% from agriculture. Today, it is a very important thing for the country that at the time of the independence, Gandhiji always said that this country belongs to the rural area. 80 to 85% population belongs to rural part of the country. But today it comes to 54.25. This huge migration, we have to find out what is the reason for that. We are neglecting in past particularly the rural and agriculture sector of the country. The agriculture and rural economy is very important. And that is the reason that our government under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is giving highest priority for development of rural sector. We are making houses named as Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana in the rural area. We are giving them internet connectivity. We are constructing roads under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. We are building good schools. At the same time, it was very unfortunate for the country that we don't have toilets in the rural area. Now we have at least completed this target. At the same time, pure drinking water, good hospitals, and by which we are now formulating the scheme named as a public health insurance scheme, which is going to help to the poor people in the rural area. Good education, good infrastructure, at the same time, employment opportunity is equally important. As far as the agriculture is concerned, the two important things are that it is irrigation. Some part of the country we are facing the problem of floods, and some part of the country we don't have even water for drinking. This is the situation. So our government is now giving the highest priority that how we can stop this water which is going to the sea, and to create big dams, water conservation, different type of new innovative models we have seen. Now I feel that now we have also taken a decision in place of canal. We are using pipelines by which we are saving thousands of crores. By giving water by drip and sprinkler to the agriculture, we can use 3 times more water, at the same time increase the production by 2.5 times. We need agro-processing industries, pre-cooling plant, cold storage, and 24/7 power available in the agriculture. We are concentrating on that. Now in the present situation in the country, we are sugar surplus. wheat surplus, rice surplus, pulses surplus. We have to find out a new innovative methodology by which we have to increase our export and we have to stop our imports. Our imports are big problem. Our imports in petroleum and crude is 8 lakh crores, out of which 1.5 lakh crores we may export. But today, our government has taken a decision that we need the policy which is belonging to the indigenous, import substitute, cost effective and pollution free. So that is the reason that we are giving priority for ethanol from molasses, ethanol from sugarcane juice, B-heavy molasses by 6%, then ethanol from cotton straw, wheat straw, rice straw and bagasse. And by changing crop pattern, we are now concentrating to have a more acreage of corn, by which conversion of corn into bioethanol, which can be our import substitute for crude oil. You probably know that just 15 days before, we have successfully experimented a SpiceJet commercial flight from Dehradun to Delhi, which is using 25% of bio-aviation fuel. Now we can make this fuel from Ratanjot, Moha, Stal, Karanj, non-edible oilseed. Even we can make this bio-aviation fuel from edible oil, but it's not economically viable. So today we are concentrating in the forest area where the majority tribals are there. They will collect this non-edible oilseed, Jatropha. We use the biotechnology for increasing this by this non-edible oilseeds, increasing more productivity. They will take it and collect it. That will be great employment for the tribals and the rural area. And after that, making oil from it, we can make aviation fuel. You just understand. Presently, we have import of 50,000 crores we are spending on aviation fuel. In the forest area, the tribal area, the rural area, if they can give the alternative of making of this biofuel, aviation fuel, we can save 30,000 crores of import. The imported fuel, aviation fuel, the rate is 70 rupees per liter, and our bio-aviation fuel rate is not more than 50 to 55 rupees per liter. So this is going to be an import substitute, cost effective, pollution free, indigenous, and giving employment, and also it creating per capita, increasing in per capita income in the tribal and rural area. This type of new innovation, new technology, new vision we need. I always say that we can donate but we cannot donate vision. The vision is related with the technology, innovation, field, and the science. Now, just I am giving you the example of conversion of waste into wealth. It is a big challenge. The city like Delhi, we have mountains of garbage, the solid waste is there. It is a big problem for the Delhi, in the whole country, it's a problem we are facing. We can segregate plastic, metals and glass from it, and we can convert this waste into biofuel, ethanol. We can convert this waste into organic fertilizer, which is very, very important for our agriculture. And here we need new innovation and new experiment. I am giving you the example of Ganga. We have 125 biodigesters. The technology is there. Now we can take from that sewage water and bifurcate from the CO2, we get bio-CNG, and we can run the buses trucks on it. We are already now signing agreement with the Indian Oil, making this type of project at the 26 places in Uttar Pradesh and the part of the Delhi. I feel that these are the new technologies where we have to concentrate on conversion of waste into wealth. We have to find out the strengths and weaknesses of our country. And as for the future is concerned, at any cost, because today whatever the economic crisis country is facing is only because of our imports. To reduce import, we need new technology, new innovation, new entrepreneurship, and new vision for the future India. And now I feel that for that reason, we are now encouraging the new technology which are going to reduce our import. I feel that the people like you, the organization like you, should have an agenda that what are the imports in India and what is the reason. Why India is not in position to produce that. So it is the challenge with the people like you. I feel that I am confident that the knowledge which you have, the entrepreneurship which you have, you are definitely have an ability that you can convert all these problems into opportunities. Today, We have a lot of good infrastructure. We are developing road sector. Now I'm giving a simple example that we are planning for making of a road from Delhi to Mumbai, express highway, the green alignment. The present alignment which was suggested to me from Delhi to Mumbai, from Surat, Ahmedabad, the land acquisition cost was 7 crore rupees per hectare. But now we are planning for a new alignment from Gurgaon to Jaipur Ring Road, Jaipur Ring Road to Sawai Madhopur, and Sawai Madhopur to going to Ratlam, and after you going to Vadodara. And it is from backward area of Rajasthan, backward area of Haryana, backward area of Maharashtra and Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. And that is the reason that our land acquisition cost is reduced from 7 crore to 80 lakh rupees per hectare. So only in one project we save 16,000 crore on land acquisition and reduce the distance between Mumbai to Delhi by 120 kilometers. It will be a 12-lane express highway access control, out of which 44,000 of crore of construction from Vadodara to Mumbai we have already awarded. And now in these 2 months we are awarding for works from Delhi to Jaipur. And I am confident within 2.5 years we will complete this project, which is going to be the opportunity for development for the backward area of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Haryana. So here these type of new innovative models in infrastructures are very important. We are also, I am requesting you about the shipping, ports, inland waterways. There is a huge potential available. Now our profits in our ports is more than 7,000 crores. We are making Jalamarg. And now this is very important for you, people like you. We are making in Ganga, that is from Jalamarg, waterways from Varanasi to Haldia, 1,680 kilometers. 4 multimodal hubs, Varanasi, Haldia, Sahibganj and Ghazipur. Next month we are going to inaugurate the multimodal hub of Varanasi. Here we can start directly export up to Bangladesh, Myanmar and Southeast Asia from Varanasi. So this is a great opportunity. Now the sugar surplus. And I suggest in sugar mill that you use these waterways, taking your sugar from Varanasi and take it to the Bangladesh, you can export your by waterways. If going by road, the cost is 10 rupees, going by railway is 6 rupees, going by waterways is only 1 rupee.
Some issue on the other side, we try to fix that. While we are trying to fix that, just to let you know that the next session is going to start immediately. It's on Make in India. We have an interesting panel there. So we do have running tea, coffee outside, but it will be nice that bring your coffee in and, we just continue. We have back-to-back packed agenda. We have Secretary of DIPP, Mr. Abhishek, Secretary Environment, Mr. Mishra, Richard from Baya, Puneet from Dalmia. So we're trying to, or there is some technology issues, we're trying to fix that from Nagpur. it's appropriate you're talking about infrastructure issues. We just try to fix the internet connectivity on the other side. Give us a few seconds. Thank you.
आवाज आ रहा है?
हाँ सर, sorry, please continue. Yes sir.
Okay. So, शुरू करूँ सर?
हाँ जी sir, please.
Now, I will request you, all of you, to take part in particular development of waterways. From Allahabad to Varanasi, from December we are starting this waterway. My feeling is the airboat, catamaran, hovercraft, I am ready to give the permission within 8 days. This can be a good economically viable sector and crores of people can use it. I feel that these are the opportunities. For the future India, it is really, there are a lot of opportunities in different part of the sectors in the country. I feel that it is the time for the young generation to think about the future technology. This futurology is very important. And it is related with the entrepreneurship, technology, science, research. The research is very important. Today, our pharmaceutical industries have a lot of exports. Now, I feel that even in organic farming, even in biotechnology, space science, we have a lot of potential. The people like you, who have a vision for new India, who have commitment for that, this is the strength for the country. We are transparent, time-bound, result-oriented, and committed for the country's development. I feel that an institution like you can inspire and motivate the youth of this country to definitely develop this country, which will be one of the strongest countries in the world. I really appreciate the organization's contribution in this and your inspiration and motivation to the youth of the country to give them an appropriate vision by which they can develop this country, which can become a #1 country in the world. I am giving my all best wishes and my all congratulations to all of you for your success of this conference. And even as an individual, I am praying God to give them strength to commit and to do something new thing for the country. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Disconnected. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. This was we could not have asked for a better inaugural session. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपका. मैं जिस कंपनी में काम करता हूं उसका एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट है, बहुत यूथ को काफ़ी अट्रैक्ट करता है. उस ब्रांड का नाम है स्प्राइट. स्प्राइट की एक बहुत अच्छी एक ज़माने में ऐड आती थी जिसमें हम कहते थे कि हम सिर्फ सीधी बात करते हैं, कोई बकवास नहीं करते. आपको सुन के ऐसा एहसास हो रहा था कि आप शायद उस स्प्राइट की बात कर रहे थे जिसमें सीधी सीधी बात आपने की. 15-20 मिनट के अंदर इतने सारे मुद्दे इतनी आसानी के साथ आपने एक साथ मिला दिए. इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. यहाँ पर बैठे जो भी प्रोफेशनल पब्लिक अफेयर्स के हैं और पाफी के बिहाफ पर मैं आपको ये एश्योरेंस दे सकता हूँ सर कि हमारा काम केवल हमारी कंपनीज और हमारी इंडस्ट्री के इश्यूज आप तक पहुँचाने का नहीं है, बल्कि हम आपके भी आईज और ईयर और वॉइस हैं अपनी कंपनियों में और ख़ास तौर से बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियों में, जहां हम अपने हेडक्वार्टर्स में जाकर ये बात बताते हैं कि देश किस दिशा में चल रहा है और हमारे पास किस प्रकार का नेतृत्व और लीडरशिप है. So we assure you, sir, we continue to do that job. Thank you, Hari, for bringing a very wide range of topics and giving us the direction about the new paradigm. We are often asked, how does it feel to be a public affairs professional? And we say that it's a dream job because we get to sit with you and talk to you, but unfortunately it's filled with nightmares. And I'm not talking about Tesla's CEO right now, there are other nightmares too. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming on time. In spite of all these technical glitches, we could start on time. Thank you to the panel. And please keep sitting in the room. We will immediately start the next session. As Ajay has said, it's a wonderful session on Make in India with a very, very illustrious panel. Thank you very much, everybody.
I also feel blessed that I was present on the very day that PAFI was born 10 years ago. I was present when a decision was taken 5 years ago that PAFI should institutionalize its presence through an annual meet. I feel twice as blessed to say that I was present when the Prime Minister of India gave the clarion call for Make in India in Vigyan Bhavan 4 years ago. And you had to be present in Vigyan Bhavan to feel the energy that was unleashed along with the lion in the Make in India campaign. It is said that a truly transforming campaign, truly transforming movement must have three elements. One is the element of measurability. It must send a sense of urgency. The second is it must be lofty. What's the point if it is not lofty? If you can look it in the eye, then it's not above you. It's the purpose has to be above you and for you to reach out to. And Make in India meets the first two criteria. The third, that it should be audacious. To make the world think of India as the epicenter for manufacturing when the world had already given that position to China was indeed very audacious. To wrest this position from China, this title, and award it to ourselves. So it meets all the three key elements of a great transformative campaign. How much have we succeeded? Now, some of us don't know, but naturally the movement has just started, and it will be too early perhaps to assign any sort of evaluation whether it has succeeded or how much it has succeeded. But let me tell you about some of the successes, and these are successes which are not very commonly known. The Dreamliner Boeing, which the world flies, which is the world's technologically most advanced aircraft in civil aviation. The central floor beam, which is an aluminum alloy. Where is that floor beam made? It's made in India. It's being made in India for the last 4 years. Let's talk of other brands, and we are talking only of aviation because the most stringent requirements in manufacturing comes from the world of aviation, whether it's civil or defense. Let's talk of Sikorsky. Sikorsky is the Rolls-Royce amongst helicopters. Where is the central cabin of the Sikorsky made? It flies out of the US, but the central cabin for that is made in India. You are aware that there is already an engagement with Lockheed Martin, and parts of Lockheed Martin are already being made in India, and the most sophisticated part is the flying surface, which is the wing, and very soon the wings and hopefully thereafter the entire aircraft. These three examples from the aviation I have taken only to tell you that India has already met the most stringent requirements in manufacturing, but we don't know. The masses really don't know, and therefore they can't pass judgment. But we have miles to go, and there are problems. Some of the problems are outside the country. For example, when the entire campaign was conceived, the world was still integrating. We were still in the phase of globalization. But for the last 2 years, counter winds have blown. And in the new regime of protectionism, this is something which is a threat to the Make in India regime. The other two, Make in India is actually a vision which is a vision, it's a vision of partnership, and there are many stakeholders, and one of the most important stakeholders is the state, not just the center. And all states have not, shall we say, evolved along the path of development, and there are still gaps to be filled. That's where public affairs professionals really come in. There is a third element, and the third element is, of course, these are the shortcomings of the government itself, and that is how much of the reform agenda which had to be rolled out in order to make in India a success remains to be rolled out. Some of it, again, is at the level of the state and some at the level of the center. But how much really we have succeeded, let us hear from the people who have been the driving spirit and, in fact, the architect of the Make in India campaign. With that, I hand over to the deliberations to Mr. Syed, Javed Syed.
Thank you, Sanjay. For the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to discuss this government's high-profile Make in India program. Of course, Make in India is a buzzword popularized by this government and the Prime Minister. But ever since I can remember, manufacturing has been a focus area for successive governments. Before Narendra Modi's Make in India program, there was Manmohan Singh's new manufacturing policy, which, if I remember correctly, seeks to target, the target was 100 million jobs and manufacturing to be 25% of GDP. But despite all these policies and programs, I think we will all admit that we have significantly underperformed on the manufacturing front. What do we need to become a manufacturing superpower? Has the Make in India program resulted in tangible gains? Is the regulatory environment today more conducive than it was in the past? Are manufacturing investments picking up? Is emphasis on import substitution the right way to promote manufacturing? And finally, is manufacturing the employment generator it once was? These are some of the issues we will discuss this morning. We are very fortunate that we have a panel that encompasses government, domestic industry, and foreign investors. So we will, first up, I'll invite all the panelists for their opening remarks. We'll begin with Mr. Ramesh Abhishek, who, as Secretary DIPP, is in some ways the CEO of the Make in India program. Mr. Abhishek. Yes, sir.
Very good morning, and thank you, Javed. Make in India program, of course, it has got the attention of people in India and around the world. Many of the achievements have been narrated by Sanjay. I will not go into them, but Javed has also made some very interesting remarks, like there have been manufacturing policies in the past, and there have been targets, and we seem to have underperformed. See, I think it's really important to understand what exactly we mean by Make in India. Are we going to make in India just by coining a slogan? Are we going to say that all the challenges of the past are going to be wished away if we say that let's make in India? They are not going to be. So I think important thing is what we do about identifying the challenges, the opportunities, our strengths, and how we go about strategizing making in India by making our industry competitive. I just like to mention, see, whenever we talk about Make in India, we have to keep in mind that it's not just about manufacturing, it's about services as well. In today's world, the differences are getting blurred. Manufacturers are providing and more services, and there is much more value actually to be obtained sometime in providing services, for example, after-sale services. You also create a lot of jobs in services if you do manufacturing. So many of those jobs don't come necessarily in manufacturing itself. Of course, there are many areas and sectors where you create a lot of jobs in manufacturing too, but then there is a cascading effect on employment in services. New technologies today, we just identify some of the major global trends, I'll be quick, like Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, robotics, IoT, 3D printing. These are some of the new technologies that we have to keep in mind. Servitization, I have already mentioned, the servification of the economy, of the manufacturing. Shared economy is another very, very important global trend. And nowadays, there is a realization that we get much more value in if you do R&D, design, and after-sale service. If you see some of the challenges of recent globalization challenges like protectionism, and the fact that there are many countries now are emerging as low-cost manufacturing destinations, and of course the fact of a circular economy. If you look at our strengths, it's known we have a very good sound macroeconomic management today of the economy. We have a young population, scientific, technical manpower, growing middle class, markets, strength in services. But you look at our challenges, and that is where I'd like to draw your attention. We have relatively high costs of various factor inputs. And if you look at our competing countries, it's really something that we need to address. We have an inadequate or poor industrial, digital, and logistics infrastructure, and that is where the opportunities get lost. That is where the costs get added. These are not going to be addressed by saying that we are going to promote manufacturing or services in India. Our innovation ecosystem is generally weak. Our spend on R&D, the kind of benefit we get from public R&D, the involvement of corporates in R&D and innovation is generally weak. We have a complex regulatory environment. Despite a lot of improvements being done, still I think overall there is a lot of complexity which we need to address. And I think enforcement of laws, contracts, generally the state capacity needs to be much, much more in India than it is today. So what we are targeting is we need to create more jobs, livelihoods. We need to increase the technological depth and innovation of our industry. We need to integrate our firms in global value chain. That happens when you are productive and competitive. And of course, we have to be sustainable and inclusive. So what are the strategies that we need to have? We need to have competitive cost of production. For that, we need to look at the cost of capital. We need to look at flexible policies on labor. We need to make sure that the land transactions are easy to do, and a host of other things. Logistics, very important. We have to reduce regulatory burdens. We have to improve the ease of doing business to reduce the costs. We have to drive innovation, R&D, and design. We have to have right education and skills. You can't afford to have education system where the curriculum are outdated. We are talking about Industry 4.0. Our technical institutions can't be looking at Industry 2.0 and 1.0 when it comes to curriculum. Of course, skilling, very important. And then we need to focus on standards and quality, which is something that has been sorely missing. We need to improve our export competitiveness. We need to improve our technology upgradation. We need to use more public procurement as a policy, as a lever to promote manufacturing and services in India. So if you see these are some of the strategies, and what the government has done in the last 4 years is implementing some of them. We have Digital India program to strengthen our digital infrastructure, so critical. We have Skill India program, Startup India program. We have Stand Up India and Startup India program to promote entrepreneurship. And the public investments in infrastructure is very, very rapidly increased in the last 4 years, including implementation. But we have a long way to go. Many of these things are possible in the medium and long term. You can't do it in short term. But you have to have a vision, you have to have a mission, you have to have a goals and objectives and the strategy and roadmap, and then you get there. That's how you will become competitive, that's how you will become productive, and that's how you become part of the global and regional value chain, and that is how you create jobs, that's how you create value in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Our next speaker is someone without whose permission no manufacturing can take place. May I request Environment Secretary, Mr. Mishra, to give his perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Javed, and thank you particularly for that introduction. Now I know what my job is. Very good morning, everyone. Mr. Abhishek has given you an overview of what Make in India means and how it's going to happen or happening. The topic that you've set out for the day, which is Make in India, is it a vehicle of growth? I mean, as a concept, we shouldn't even be debating it. It's only about how much have we been able to achieve what is it that we should do differently, and what are the bottlenecks. And when we talk about bottlenecks, one of the unfortunate perceptions going around is that one of the bottlenecks is the Ministry of Environment. I don't know how many of you have come to the Ministry of Environment, and in the last 4 to 5 months that I have met several people, fortunately I have not heard anyone telling me that you are an obstacle. But the fact remains that as economic growth takes place, as manufacturing is bound to increase, industries will come up, and the emission levels will increase. The carbon footprint will be much larger. That's a given. Particularly in the Indian context, which is among the fastest growing economy, this is bound to happen. So when emission takes place and carbon footprint increases, does this mean that we slow down growth? Certainly no. What it means really for industry and for government is that we need a responsible growth. And that is the key word which we need to understand. Ministry of Environment should not really be seen as a regulatory ministry, but a development ministry whose charter is really to help industry grow in a manner which does not adversely impact the environment. Therefore, it's more of an enabling job that one has to do rather than a regulatory job. Let me just make this very clear, that with technology today, it is possible to reduce emission levels. So our job is to actually explain what the mitigation issues are and what the mitigation action should be. But at the same time, our job also is that if there is, even with technology available, even with explanation available, an industrial unit which is continuing to pollute willingly, as a country, you and I should stand up and stop that from happening. Let me be very clear that cleaning up the environment is not just the responsibility of the government. All of us are a part of it. And unless we collaborate, if we are not able to have a good environment, apart from everything else, the industry will also suffer. Therefore, this is the background in which we think, India, unnecessarily we've been having a debate all over between development and conservation. I think it's a useless debate. Useless because no longer do we have a choice of one or the other. It's not this or that. It's a very clear picture that we have to strike a fine balance between development and environment conservation. And if you ask me what is the job of the ministry, it is precisely this, to find that balance. In a country like India, where development is an imperative which nobody can ignore, industrialization, infrastructure development will take place. And we must align ourselves to it. But at the same time, this entire development has to be in a responsible manner. In fact, we've been telling the globe, including the Honorable Prime Minister has said it several times on a global platform, that we will grow, we will continue the development, but we will do it very responsibly. And one example I can give you is that 300 million Indian people still don't have electricity. Does it mean, and we are using fossil fuel, which is not the best thing to do, but does it mean that we, prevent them from getting electricity? Not at all. So what has the country done? The country says that by 2022, we will produce 175 gigawatt of renewable energy. So what I'm trying to put across is there are ways and means of tackling the problem, and we need to do that. India is committed globally in its nationally determined contribution to global emission and even in the Paris Accord to reduce its emission intensity by 30 to 35% by 2030. It's not a government commitment. It's a commitment which has been made on behalf of the industry or every player, every stakeholder, and in consultation with them. And let me very proudly tell you that the present emission norms which we're supposed to globally achieve, that is reduction by about 20% by 2020, will do much better than that. Inherently, the country is pro-conservation, pro-ecology. So there is no problem. There are aberrations here and there. We can always correct those aberrations. Yes, in the field of environment, you do need a taskmaster. And I think that nobody should grudge. But if that task is taken upon yourselves, that is the best way of moving ahead. India, incidentally, is one of among the lowest emitters in the world. Historically, we've been there. But the entire discussion at the global forum is that if emissions levels are to increase globally today and global warming is to go up, everybody looks at two countries, that is India and China. Because this is where the action is, this is where the growth is happening. Therefore, we need to be far more responsible than others in this. And we in the ministry try our best to make sure that when we partner with the industry, we actually talk about it. For example, if you are talking about plastic waste, the entire industry is sitting and discussing with us how the extended producer's responsibility will be met. Similarly is the case with e-waste. So, point is, it's not just done. Everybody knows what is to be done. We only want to provide a platform and a knowledge base where the industry can come and play the proper game and reduce emission collectively. And one of the critical elements in this is the technology. Globally, technologies are not flowing very freely. And that is one of the demands India has been making, that barriers to technology transfer must go off if you really want to reduce emission everywhere. But even when we are attempting development, when we are doing Make in India a strong way, this is a factor which can easily be handled by technology. So there is absolutely no conflict in, obedience to environmental laws and development and setting up units in India. In fact, if you look at the ministry, in 2014, it used to be 600 days average for a clearance. Today, we are taking close to 130 days. That is the average now. But that does not in any way mean that we have to become a clearinghouse. As I said, whenever we do this, we do it with the vision that we need growth, we need industry, we need manufacturing. At the same time, we need to keep our emission levels at the lowest. Those of you who are from Delhi would see what happens in Delhi in winters. Whether it's dust emission or vehicular emission or industrial emission. Ultimately, when you actually spoil the environment, it comes back to you. It's not going to anyone else. And I have always maintained that our generation has not done well at all in giving a cleaner environment to the next generation. Let us at least prepare a platform where our next generation is able to pass on a much greener economy, a greener environment to their next generation. That is the least we can do as responsible citizen of the country. As far as the ministry is concerned, we would ensure that whatever effort has to be made to enable industry to set up units in the quickest possible time, we would certainly do that. And if you have any suggestion on this that you think we should consider, you're free. Please call up and we'll certainly consider that. Please consider us not just your friend, but also a friend of the overall employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I think you've disarmed a somewhat unfriendly audience. Our next speaker is an emerging market specialist. Before India, he was in Argentina, before that in South Africa. May I invite Richard Vandermeer, Managing Director of Bayer, India, for his perspective.
Namaste, namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to be here today and to also give our perspectives from a multinational and also my experience in various emerging markets. I've been with Bayer for 33 odd years, just slightly more. Been in India for nearly 5 years, so I'm half Indian, passionate about cricket, so if anybody wants to talk to me about cricket, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Abhishek, thanks very much. I agree with some of your points. I'll refer to those a little bit later. Mr. Mishra as well, your key points I fully share and agree with. Bayer is a global company. We've been around for more than 150 years. We have a very long tradition of research, development, innovation. In fact, innovation is part of our DNA. We look to solve and address challenges that the world is facing today. And two of those challenges that we're facing is one, a growing and aging population. So we need new solutions, new medicines for diseases that we don't even know about that exist today. We also need the challenge to feed a growing world population. By 2050, we expect have a population around 10 billion people on this planet. With climate change, with the challenges of a growing population, with the increasing demand, we will have to increase our supply by 50% in today's terms. Climate change is a reality. Pests and diseases are a reality. So we as a company are looking at addressing those challenges facing society and how we can help and improve the quality of lives of plants, animals, and humans. And that actually starts from our mission statement. Our mission statement is science for a better life. And that's what we do, that's our purpose, trying to find the solutions to have an adequate food supply and also to provide the prevention, alleviation, and curing of diseases, whether it's cardiovascular, oncology, or women's health. Now, in India, we've been around for more than 120 years. So are we a multinational or are we a local Indian company? I say we're actually more local than being multinational because our presence, we look to finding solutions for our customers in India. And we support the government's initiative of Make in India. We've been around for many, many years. We are very, very proud that in India, at Vapi, Mr. Mishra, we have a plant in Vapi, is one of our key active ingredient sites on a global basis. And there are not many key active ingredient sites. We have invested more than 1,003 crores in the last 5 years in Vapi. Just a few weeks ago, I inaugurated a new plant, which was over 43 odd million euros in Vapi, dichromatic plant. And that is a zero, Mr. Mishra, that is a zero discharge plant. Absolutely zero. So we brought the technology to India, we produce in India, and we export 75%. 75% of what we produce in our site in Vapi is actually exported. So we're very, very proud, and I'm very proud of the achievements that our team in India have done in the last many decades, where our global parent has the confidence to continue to invest in India, and we have got projects planned for the next 5 years to a similar amount of around 1,000 crores. I'd like to give you one small example as well. We have a hybrid rice breeding station in Hyderabad, in Chandipa. We have 30 breeders. Now, when we look at rice, just as a consumption, food consumption in India, it is the largest. And there are very many different varieties that Indians want. Some wants long grain, other wants short grain, one wants short growing, one wants long growing. So we produce some 14 different varieties. Unfortunately, in India, compared to global average, we produce around 2.3 tons per hectare. The global average is 4.3 tons. If we want to feed the growing population in India of more than 1.2 billion, we need to increase rice yields by nearly a third by 2025. And we've been working very hard, and we've got a number of very good rice varieties where we've also contributed to the government's initiative of doubling farmers' income by 2022. For me, and Mr. Abhishek, you mentioned that it's not just manufacturing, it's also the service industry, and working also with local industry, local manufacturers. So I've mentioned VAPI, we've got a formulation plant in-house, but we also deal with a large number of local companies who do toll manufacturing for us. And we have supply agreements with them. So for me, that's also part of making in India, whether it's crop science, pharmaceutical, or animal health. It's not an in-house production, but we have toll manufacturing agreements with them, and we trust them to produce for us in India. The other example which I'd like to use is local sourcing. When we have good experience, be it with pumps and filters in India with our site in Vapi, we connect those companies to our parent, whether we're putting up a new plant in Germany or in the United States. And we supply the pumps, filters, not from Bayer obviously, but from our partners in India, and we connect them with them. Services, for me, services is a big opportunity in India. We provide on a global basis HR services from India. So globally, we produce the HR services. Whether it's a service center in Bangalore, we've just started now ramping up data analytics for the pharmaceutical research in Hyderabad. It's small, but we've got plans to ramp that up in the next couple of years. That's high-tech, very, very sophisticated data analytics for pharmaceutical research. And then we also use local companies like Tata Consultancy Services, Accenture. If I go to Accenture's offices in Mumbai, it's like walking into a Bayer office. Very much Bayer orientated. So although we don't do those services ourselves, we contract and get those services from Indian companies. So Abhishek, you mentioned R&D, and for us as a research-based company, that's absolutely key for us. We invest over 5 billion in research and development on a global basis. And for us to continue to invest in innovation and research and development, we need to make sure that patents are protected, that data is protected. That's absolutely key for us. And when I go and visit farmers, what they want is they want innovation and they want new solutions. When I see patients suffering, they want new innovation and they want new solutions. So clearly, innovation is absolutely key for us. We need to have a conducive business environment, and here I'm referring to price controls. I don't believe that price controls is the way forward. We should have a competitive environment where each competitor can decide for himself what his pricing should be. And lastly, I believe that we should move away from a restrictive import policy and rather move towards a more encouraging exports. For me, that's far more beneficial to make in India is let's encourage exports. Let's make in India for the export markets. And with that, I think I will end and happy to take your questions later on. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. Our last speaker is also the youngest person on this panel, Puneet Dalmia, Managing Director, Dalmia Bharat Group. Puneet, as domestic industries representative, we're looking for frank and clear views from you here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's an honor to be here, and I congratulate PAFI on their 10th anniversary. I was thinking, when we are talking about Make in India, what is the context and, what has happened and what will happen in the future. So I was just trying to look back when I started my career. At that time, it was very difficult to engage with the government. It was, a struggle in the state. It was a struggle in the center. And I think the biggest change that I have seen in the last, 4 years is that there is a psychological shift in the government. And, we must, really applaud the fact that there is an enormous change in political will and there is an enormous change in government culture. I think we have seen both center and state move from spoiler to simplifier and a hinderer to a helper. To me, that is the biggest shift in the government. And I'll give you a few examples. I think if you look at Make in India, it is not about one silver bullet. कि एक चीज कर देंगे तो सब कुछ change हो जाएगा. It is about changing a full ecosystem. And India many times gets compared with China. But China is a, dictatorship. Whatever Beijing decides can be implemented immediately. India is a democracy. It's a federal structure. And there are lots of institutions you have to work through. National Green Tribunal, judiciary, state governments. So I think there is a much more complex problem to be solved here. And all of us have to solve it together. I'll give you a few examples of what has changed. So if I look at, there is a huge amount of openness for dialogue. And there's a huge amount of openness for ideas. And if there's a good idea, it will be immediately implemented. So there's openness for dialogue and there's huge speed of implementation. I'll give you an example which I experienced. I was recently, I'm the chairman of the FICCI Manufacturing Committee, and I made a recent presentation at DIPP with the Honorable Secretary sitting here. And, he said that, look, I understand the macro picture. I'm seized of all the points. So please give me ground level implementable ideas. So the first point is a very well informed and seized of the big picture key points. Then the moment he got some key points in that presentation, he says, yes, this is a good idea. I'll make sure this is implemented. And then he said, on some of the more specific items, please do some more work and come back to me. So I think we are seeing a huge openness for dialogue and great speed in implementation. I'll give you one example from the Ministry of Environment. I went and met Mr. Javadekar when he was the Environment Minister. And at that time, they were trying to implement tighter emission norms. And some of the norms for the cement business, we thought were very stringent. And they went straight from current norms to global norms in fact, even better than global norms. So we told them, sir, ये तो implement करना हमारे लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल है, but if you give us a little bit more time, we'll make it happen. So he said, okay, the direction is clear, we have to implement it, but instead of 2 years, you can take 3 years or 4 years. So I think through dialogue, we could get into a better solution which was easier to implement. And the amazing part is that the Ministry of Environment now has a live feed from all plants, which is literally real time. So I think a lot of path-breaking work has happened, and I just gave a few examples. And I think Mr. Abhishek said that there are clearly areas in terms of factor cost, building more infrastructure, improving R&D, and improving regulatory environment. I think in all of these areas, work has happened, but as you can see, it's a multidisciplinary, more complex task and a federal task. So I think a lot of work has happened, but I think much more work will happen in the future. And I would just say, as an investor, whether it's a domestic investor or a foreign investor, what we want is cost competitiveness, we want speed, and we want certainty. And in all of these factors, I think work is happening. So I'm happy that there has been a tremendous psychological shift in mindset. There is enormous commitment to do things, openness for ideas, and I think some excellent work has happened in the last 4 years. And I am sure that in the coming years, this journey will get deepened and we will all benefit from this. Thank you.
So some of our panelists have a hard stop at 11:45. So in the interest of time, I'm going to forego my round of questioning. I'll come back to that later if we have time. But audience questions first, if there are any. No questions from the audience? One question there from the gentleman there. Can someone give him a mic?
Good morning, esteemed panelists. I think this group and this statement was made in the earlier panel as well. We are your eyes and ears to the overseas investors. And in this context, while there is a competitive federalism that is in play when the investment decisions are being taken, even within the companies, we need to justify, and there is a competition where the funds and the investments going to overseas, whether it is Singapore, whether it is, so there is a competition within, I think, the company as well, within the organization as to where the investment decisions should go. I think there is a need of, and at times we struggle with getting or building a case to our overseas headquarters, a suitable case. I think there is a need where if there are certain decisions being taken, we work closely within an institutionalized setup and maybe jointly build a case. Perhaps there could be some mechanism. There are institutions such as Invest India and others which help us in that, but perhaps there could be a direct access towards that as well. Because it's a convergence of interest, it's a convergence of intent. I think we all can work together in that regard. Yeah.
I'll briefly respond. You have already mentioned the work done by Invest India. In last 3 years, we have built up Invest India as the National Investment Facilitation Agency. Today, they are facilitating more than $100 billion of FDI in the country. And just imagine that 3 years back, they virtually did not exist. It was a company incorporated in 2009, but till 3 years back, it was completely dysfunctional. We frequently meet investors who have to convince their boards, global boards, to make investments, because we all know that there are a lot of choices. And whenever they want any information from us, any comfort from us, or any support from us, we always provide them. I am not sure what institutional mechanism can be there, but we are highly accessible. Our departments, whether it's other ministries and departments or Invest India, they all work with you closely. And the states, very important is that there are at least 10 states today who are very proactive in investor facilitation. They really go out of the way to provide incentives to make sure that projects are grounded in a reasonable amount of time. So please feel free to give us any suggestion, advice, get in touch with us. We are here to give you every possible support. And so rest assured.
One question there. Can you give him the mic? Yeah, behind you.
Hi, good morning. You know, Make in India has been a flagship program, and there's a lot of things happening around it, and government and private sector has also been doing it. You know, last night I was reading a quote by one of these gentlemen, which says, industry grows when government sleeps at night. You know, on that, I would request if there's any comments from the Secretary DIPP or Secretary Ministry of Environment to talk about that, why government should be there to, you know. Thank you.
If I can respond first, then invite Mr. Mishra. I have already mentioned that we have to be competitive. Our industry has to be productive. And our regulatory environment has been complex. We are trying to improve it. We are trying to improve the ease of doing business. I don't want to spend time on showing how we have improved so much on various global indices, and our improvement will continue. But the thing is, but you will also agree that the state capacities and enforcement of many laws and regulations are fairly weak actually. When you look at food laws, food safety laws, you look at a lot of other laws, we need to have more capacity in enforcement of those laws. But when it comes to a lot of regulatory burden, I think the industrial policy that we are drafting, and hopefully it will be approved soon, we want to bring out many of these issues in front of the public and have a roadmap. We need to have a regulatory assessment of laws. We need to see, like in the UK, you have the system of 1 in, 3 out. You make one regulation, you calculate the cost on business, reduce the cost 3 times, and then only you can bring that regulation. So there are many practices that we are going to implement. But I can assure you that today central government in last 4 years, we are very conscious that we should step in only when we must. And we should not go there to places where we should not. So, but then both things are important. Not interfering with business, not creating hurdles and problems. At the same time, we have to augment our capacity to enforce laws, enforce contracts. Mr. Mishra.
Nothing really to add except to say that we need to create an environment actually where both industry and government can sleep peacefully at night. And if you put one or the other off to sleep, it's going to be a difficult proposition. But let me just say that it's possible for everyone to take it easy if the plan that we have in mind is really put in place, whether it's the industry or government. So we should actually be supportive. And that's the only way forward, as Mr. Abhishek just said. And government is completely open to newer ideas, newer things. So please, let us know if there's anything more that needs to be done.
Yes, please. First row. 3 comments. More in the nature of questions, please.
And one question, quickly.
So one comment and one question.
No, I think I am serving the purpose of PAFI, so let me carry on, please. Okay, one is, Mr. Misra, I think I fully endorse your view. Having worked in about 30 years in good operating companies, there is no conflict between development and emissions. If a company decides that it has to be done, and it's a non-negotiable thing, they'll find resources, move everything, and I've worked in heavily polluting and industries. So that's an endorsement, and the Taskmaster Force, he said so smilingly, is fully endorsed. Second, Puneet, I don't think the world waits for us. You know, we can say we have done a lot, and we have done a lot, but we have to keep a comparative base to the world. Mr. Abhishek, fabulous articulation, but can we have a glimpse of the metrics which we had set out and achieved on Make in India? It will be useful, what we started and what we have achieved. But fabulous analysis from your side.
See, Make in India, as I try to clarify, it's not something that you can quantify easily. You can go sector by sector. You can actually show how much of work has been done in electronics manufacturing, so many factories have been set up. You can go to generics, we have an advantage there. You can go to auto manufacturing, auto components, we are doing very well. I don't want to get into all this in a discussion like this, but I think a lot of work has been done, but it's a work in progress. No one is claiming, no one can claim, but I think we need to have a more informed debate on Make in India. Let's not just talk about 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 things. Let's have a comprehensive picture and let's see what all the country needs to do, what the state government needs to do, what the central government needs to do, what the regulators need to do, and what the industry needs to do. I think it's something that everybody has to get involved. And this industrial policy that we are making, you try to prepare a blueprint of what we need to do and how we can do it. So that is the way to go. And this is much more nuanced and complex subject than making just random comments. I think Make in India, promoting our industry is a very serious business. We need to look at all aspects and see whether all those things are being done or not. There has to be a strong public opinion that we need to have our logistics costs go down. How do they go down? We need to have a competitive power cost for the industry. How do you compete with other countries who are there in the export market? How do you compete with the imported goods for which so much of tears are being shed? You have to make your industry competitive. You have to give them flexibility in so many issues and so many regulations. Because sometimes things are taking time, regulations are creating a problem. You have to fix it. So I think the public debate should be focused on these things. That will really help, and it will put pressure on policy makers, whether in state government or central government or regulators, to do the right things.
Yes, please. Gentleman, the second one. So the lady here has a mic, so let her ask the first question. Yeah.
Thank you. I think, sir, just one question. I am Shagusta. I work with USISPF. One of the programs that we've been trying to drive is really, come out with policy imperatives that will make the program of Make in India really successful. And I think one of the things that was highlighted in the panel was that the policies need to be more customized or attuned to incentivizing exports. I think one of the questions that we've been struggling with is what is happening really on the policies of ground. For instance, when we look at programs like preferential market access, how can we really work towards strengthening them or making them more effective to actually, ensure that companies that source from India or are really exporting are given any incentives? We know that in the 2+2 dialogue, this was a discussion that came up, and there has been a lot of focus of integrating Indian companies within the US supply chain. So just would like to hear your thoughts around what is happening on the policies on ground.
The integration of our industry in the global value chain, regional value chain, supply chain, it's something that we have to achieve. But the important thing is, how do we achieve it? How have we achieved this in, let's say, auto component industry? We are definitely a part of the value chain around the world. We have to be competitive. So we have to do all those things that need to make us, should make us competitive. Export market, again, we have to improve our export competitiveness. We are going to issue a series of, recommendations in the policy about what all we need to do to improve our export competitiveness. On the preferential market access, see, we brought out this policy of Make in India and public procurement last year. Till then, we had no policy on this except by electronics and telecom department. And today we find that forget about giving preferential market access. There are a whole lot of government departments and PSUs who are discriminating against the Indian companies by having highly discriminatory tender conditions. We are actually addressing those now. So preferential market access is the next stage, I would say. Though we are doing that as well, we have local value addition requirements. But we find that now we are getting more and more industry to complain to us, to point out to us how the tender conditions are completely crazy. Nobody can justify it. We have got more than 15,000 crores of tenders by the various government departments cancelled, and they have been re-tendered because the conditions were completely unacceptable. I think Indian industry needs at least level playing field, if not a preferential market access.
So time for only two more questions. One, the gentleman there, and then Rishi there.
One of the big worries around the Make in India project, can you hear me? I think there's a whole issue of dispute resolution, which actually cuts across many ministries. So what is it that you're doing that when disputes arise, they are resolved quickly? And this is an extremely important thing. As everybody knows, in India, the government is the biggest litigator against itself. Most of the cases that you find, government litigating against itself. So that is the whole area on which, and the other suggestion that I have is, under the right to information law, there is a provision in which government departments and ministries can voluntarily put information onto instead of somebody asking you for information. There is a lot of information asymmetry between government and public, which comes in the way of informed debate. So one of the suggestions that I have is that under 4.2, I don't know, there's a provision in which you yourself can put into the public domain important things that have been done, information which will help in an informed debate. Thank you so much.
Under Right to Information Act, it's a mandate on the government or public authorities actually to share information. It's not a choice they have been given under the law. They are supposed to proactively share information. See, contract enforcement, dispute resolution is a very, very key part of doing business. We are all aware of the challenges. One of the things that government could do in last 4 years was to set up commercial courts, not only state governments and commercial benches in the high courts. That's going to help. But I think we need to strengthen our arbitration system. We need to improve the general contract enforcement. The government has been taking a number of steps to reduce litigation. We are aware that we are the largest litigator. I think you will see more. We are definitely recommending that we improve our contract enforcement, dispute resolution. You must have seen that in arbitration awards, wherever there is an award against any public authority, the government decided a couple of years back that 75% of that amount should be given to the other party by the public authority, pending any case or appeal that might be going on. So the government is very alive, and we are trying to address it.
Last question, Rishi.
Yeah. Thanks, Javed. A quick question to the Managing Director from Bayer.
We find there's a growing number of people moving towards organic farming. So how is a company like Bayer actually responding to that? And secondly, you talked of huge investments that you've made in India. Was the Make in India a kind of an incentive to do that, or was it just part of your larger investment plans?
On organic farming, yes, there's a role to play with organic farming. The only challenge that I would say is you're never going to be able to feed 10 billion people on this planet with organic farming. So, yes, it has a role to play, but there's also a role for companies like ourselves, and I think we can work together. As far as investments are concerned in India, I'm proud to say that it was not because of the initiative of Make in India. This decision of this massive investment was taken a number of years ago. It took us 3.5 years just to build that plant in India. We've been around for 120 years, but we support the government's initiative of Make in India. But as I said in one of my earlier remarks, I would really encourage us as a country to look also at exports. There's huge potential in this country, skilled labor, good quality, very good, better infrastructure than what we've had, and I can just encourage us all to work together to improve and drive exports. We do not export sufficient foodstuffs to the rest of the world. We don't. And India can play a major role, and agriculture is an important component of GDP in India. We can drive our exports of foodstuffs to the rest of the world and feed the rest of the world from India.
Thank you. We are out of time, so no more questions, sorry. So as was clear from the discussion that Make in India remains very much a work in progress. I mean, there are some of us who might think that time has run out or is running out, but that's a topic for another day. May I now ask Sunita to please deliver the word of thanks.
So thank you very much to the panelists. I think what is really absolutely clear is that with Make in India, the narrative for India as a manufacturing destination has strengthened, and the focus on India has strengthened, and the world is sitting up and taking notice. This is absolutely true for the company that I represent as BASF. We've actually invested more than 2,000 crores in the last 4 years, yeah, and wish to a certain extent you asked this, but clearly this does help, the narrative does help. Of course, there are challenges, and that was spoken about. Clearly, it's not a one-sided game. Industry and government has to work very closely together to deliver on the goal of Make in India. Today, we really had the best from the government on this panel, who walked the talk on being open, on being accessible, on being solutions-oriented. We've had personal experience with Invest India, with Mr. Abhishek, Dr. Mishra, we've had experience with your team. I think together we are hoping that we will deliver on Make in India, and thanks a lot to Puneet, to Rishad, for your perspectives, and Javed, cryptic moderation, and thank you very much. I'd request Sanjay to hand over a token to Puneet and Mr. Abhishek, and then I will also give a token to Javed and Dr. Mishra and Risha. Yeah. Can I please request the audience to stay on your seats?
Uh, this is a session which is actually a true reflection of what public affairs people do in their lives. Uh, Almost like building an aeroplane while you're flying. So if you look at the panelists that is written in the agenda and you look at the panelists that you'll be listening to, there's a little bit of change in that. Two of our panelists, for reasons beyond their control, could not make it and they had to drop off at the last moment. One of our panelists isn't well and the other one was called for an urgent meeting at the Prime Minister's office. But that gave us an opportunity to really build a panel which is extremely diverse, and you will have a very exhaustive view on ease of doing business. It's a good segue after Make in India panel discussion that we've had just before that. Make in India is just one part of ease of doing business. There is a lot of conversation around ease of doing business. We have done very well in our rankings. We have Shihab from the World Bank who will in some way demystify that report, because many of us still do not really know what exactly that report contains and how do you really move from one rank to the another one. We have with us Nitin, who will represent the business view on ease of doing business. We have Shardul from Amarchand Mangaldas talking about the legal aspect of ease of doing business. We have a very eminent academician, Professor M. Chandrasekhar, who is the director of the Indian Institute of Management in Visakhapatnam. So we will talk about the academia and the newer generation, the new crop of professionals as they come from there. Now, ease of doing business is a very debated subject. In some way or the other, it continues to hog the headline. Even the discussion and discourse which is going on right now in the country, whether a businessman met a particular set of people or all of that, is also in some way a part of that. There is an increasing competition amongst the states to compete with each other in making their state a favored destination for investment and doing business. We have really done very well in the last couple of years with the efforts that the government has made in terms of our ranking in the ease of doing business. But still, there are a lot of cynics who would say that all of this is just rhetoric. Nothing has changed on ground. Has really anything changed on ground? Is it fair to say that within a short span of a few years, things can really change on ground? And all of those conversations we will start and try and address through this session. The construct of the session will be that I will request my co-panelists to give the introductory remark for about 4 or 5 minutes from the field that they cover, and then we will start a conversation and open it for the audience for questions. So, if I may start with you, Professor Chandrasekhar, because you are in a unique position. Building academic institutions itself is also a reflection of the mindset and the ecosystem in which the country really moves. And being a director of an eminent Indian Institute of Management, what is your thinking and what do you really see changing? And do you really think that the change is fast-tracked in some way, or in a few years from now, or right now, we are changing a complete paradigm shift as far as ease of doing business is concerned? Professor Chandrasekhar.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, let me speak about what ease of doing business itself does to an academic institution. We have the IIM Act. For those of you who have been following the trends of late, there is an IIM Act now which has come into place from Jan 31st, 2018. Put it in the context of ease of doing business, earlier as an educational institution, I would go to AICTE. I would go to University Grants Commission. I would go to the Association of Indian Universities.
I don't need to go to them anymore any longer. I am empowered, and as long as I am delivering education and research that meets standards of the world, somebody spoke about measurability, the metrics. As long as the research that I publish is getting recognized by the ABDC list or the UT Dallas list, I grant my degrees and there I stand on my own strength. So this is ease of doing business. The second point is ease of doing business would always mean not being regulatory but promotional, not being control centric but kind of contributing, being facilitating and not fault finding, being enabling and not kind of innervating. And this is precisely what IIM Act has done to us. It has laid the broad contours of what I need to do. I need to do education, I need to give education, I need to do research that is calibrated to the context. It lays broad parameters like it needs to be inclusive, it needs to be equitable, and it needs to be kind of promoting a culture of excellence in whatever we do. Now, with this flexibility, I have a lot of autonomy on what I can do. I'll just come to that with an example in a moment. There is also accountability and answerability on me. The Act says my performance as a director, and so is the case with all the 20 IIMs, their performance would be evaluated by the board every year. And every 3 years, the institution per se is evaluated on the metrics that it had committed to achieve. So there is a huge amount of facilitation of what I need to do or what I can do, what I can experiment with. There is also a due amount of accountability and answerability. Now, what has it done to us? I'll kind of relevant to the context, I'll give 2 examples. Today, when there is a spirit of entrepreneurship in this country under the Make in India, Stand Up India, Startup India, Digital India, etc. Today we have a women startup program running. Now this is, our mentor is IIM Bangalore. We took their guidance, and you would be surprised to note that when we put out an advertisement to select 100 aspiring women entrepreneurs, there were 6,000 applications across the country. Those 6,000 applications were put through all this, whatever I am speaking about, is absolutely free of cost. There was an online course through which these women were they were to undertake this course, go through this course, write exams. After 2.5 months, out of 6,000 people, it left 1,500 people. Then they are supposed to make presentations on their ideas, how innovative they are, how creative they are, and what difference does it make on the ground, and to whom, and in what time frame. So based on this, finally, if you ask me, out of the 6,000, finally 100 were selected and they are being incubated. Out of them, 26 in my own institute in IIM Visakhapatnam. We have given them incubation facility, etc. Why am I saying all this? As a typical straight-jacketed management education institution, I wouldn't have experimented all this were it not for the fact that there is an IIM Act which gave me the flexibility to do it, and I am doing it. The second point I would like to mention is, many of these governmental schemes, we are able to connect these aspiring women entrepreneurs to them. In the cohort that we are whose ideas we are incubating, there are women who are absolutely working on very, very higher end fintech. I'll give you an example. An entrepreneur is developing, woman entrepreneur, an app. What does this app do? First of all, it takes all I want to make investment of a little bit of money. Now it takes my requirements, my risk averseness, my profile, how much do I invest, how much can I invest, what do I want to invest in, what do I don't want to invest in, all this, and collects the whole market information from a variety of analytics. These analytical reports keep coming in every day. It puts them all together, and based on my risk awareness or risk proneness or ability to appetite for risk, it gives me a few tips on where I can invest or how I would like to invest. All at the touch of a button. Every day I can just, press an app, get this result. It's for me to follow, whether I would follow that or not. This is one. Look at the other end of the extreme. There is a woman entrepreneur working with self-help groups who are essentially from the disadvantaged sections of the society, who are from the socially and economically weaker sections. And she is sourcing produce which is organically produced, doing assaying, doing quality testing, doing branding. And Araku is a valley, beautiful valley near Visakhapatnam. And all these are sold under the brand name of Araku. A runaway success. A third one, jute. Traditionally we have bags, mats, etc., etc. But she is producing saris, mind you, saris from banana fiber. And what is this? Banana stems which are thrown as a waste. She is processing them, hand-made, machine-made into products which are very, very good. So why I am saying all this is, under the IIM Act, because we feel there is an ease of doing business, we are able to convert what is kind of enshrined in the Act into reality when we work with these cohorts. I'll make only one more example and then I'll stop. Now, when we speak about our contribution as an educational institution how do we recognize ease of doing business? All these young kids who join schools, business schools like IIMs would like to go into, we have many in the audience, a KPMG or a McKinsey or an Ernst & Young, or, the second day they come out, they would like to be an investment banker. Now, what we are trying to do is to tell them that given the conducive environment outside, it's not all that bad to experiment as an entrepreneur. So today we have entrepreneurship as a compulsory, mandatory course in the curriculum. We tell them how easy, relatively easy it is for them to test waters and tread that risky, quote unquote, risky path of being an entrepreneur himself or herself. 1.5 years back, when I kind of joined our institute, because it's a relatively new institute, there was one person out of a class. Our class size is typically 60. There was one person who was willing to become an entrepreneur, test waters, take risks, kind of experiment. Today, about 12% of them are willing to become entrepreneurs. So this, I think, in 1 year is what we could do with ease of doing business and doing our own bit of helping them have the mindset change. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chandrasekhar. I think you really covered some very, very interesting and very live example. And you talked about the last 1 year, which is also in many ways a watershed year, because the man sitting next to me is the person behind writing that report, which really sort of brought some hope in this country that we could improve upon the ease of doing business. So my question to you, Shihab, is what does this report not cover? What it covers, we all know. We know that we have moved a decent pace. We've leapfrogged about 30 odd position. But then at the same time, we have the example of Russia, which has catapulted into a completely different zone. Does it mean that Russia has more ease of doing business than India has? So what do you cover? And it would be really nice to understand what you don't cover and you think is the roadmap for India to improve the ease of doing business.
Thank you. Thank you, Chef, for that question, and thank you to PAFI for having me this morning. So when it comes to developing a sort of ranking of nations, and nations that vary in size from, let's say, Tonga and Tuvalu in the Pacific to the size of China and India, there are some compromises that obviously need to be made. And there's a lot of standardization that needs to happen in order to make sure that you're measuring apples to apples. Right? So from that perspective, it's important to note that the Doing Business report is a very, looks at the life cycle of a very simple, a very small business that is relatively easy to set up across jurisdictions, and looks at the common types of problems that happen to businesses across countries. Right? What that means is it does not look at elements, for example, macroeconomic stability. It does not look at the state of the financial system. So India, for example, is number 29, I believe, on getting credit. It does not mean that suddenly it is easier to get credit for SMEs in India compared to 150 other countries. It doesn't look at the level of training and the skills of the labor force. It doesn't look at the prevalence of bribery and corruption. It does not consider market size. If it did, like the World Economic Forum does consider market size, if it considered market size, obviously India would be somewhere near the top. It does not look at issues like security, law and order. And all of these factors are actually very important for businesses. And they go into the issues that make businesses make investment decisions. In various indicators, it doesn't measure anything broader than just the regulatory bit of it. So for example, in paying taxes, it does not look at the rates for personal income tax. In getting credit, the monetary policy stance is not included. In trade, it does not look at import and export tariffs, subsidies, or anything of that kind. So what's useful to understand is that at the end of the day, the primary audience of the Doing Business report is actually the government. It's intended to provide a roadmap of reform for governments that are interested in undertaking business regulation reform. It's intended to provide governments with an indication of what needs to change and how other countries are performing in specific areas. The focus, of course, is to provide actionable reforms that are under the control of regulators to reform. It doesn't intend at all to measure the costs and benefits of regulation to society as a whole. So it does look at tax payments, but it does not look at the use of those tax funds for public welfare. And finally, and this is also important to note, they focus on actionable reforms, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all reforms are action worthy. I think the best example is an article I just read last night about a committee that's looking into the Kamala Mills fire in Mumbai, which said that in the interest of ease of doing business, you cannot sacrifice public safety and public security. So with that said, I just wanted to delve a bit into what does doing business actually tell us. And I think that over the past 5 years, what's been interesting to see is, aside from India's improvement in the ranks, is how the process for reform has actually begun in India. When this process began, I think everyone in the government thought this could be done pretty easily, taking into account countries like Russia and Rwanda that had jumped up the ranks. But what it does not, what they did not realize at that point in time is that in some countries, like Russia, perhaps China, it might be easier to get improvement on doing business without necessarily meaning an improvement in the ease of doing business. Second, they realized a lot of important sort of drivers for how to do reform. The first driver that they quickly learned, which I think contributed greatly to last year's improvement and perhaps also to this year's, once it comes out later this year, is the need to talk to the private sector in a strategic and in a focused manner. Getting this feedback from the private sector is something that was ignored in the first 2 years of this process. And once this feedback process was built in to the process of reform, we started to see that not only were reforms only implemented on paper, but there was a stronger focus on getting them felt on the ground. The second important thing that we learned is that, the ranking process does provide an incentive for reform. It does provide an incentive to push you towards reform, but it depends greatly on what the ranking covers, and the actual life of business is affected sometimes more by what it does not cover. So doing business being a limited kind of a scope provides some indications to the government in which direction it should go. But we know that in a country like India, where you have, where a business has to interact with the central government, with the state government, and often even with the municipal government, only the tip of the iceberg is covered by doing business. There is a much bigger iceberg that lies in terms of regulations just below that there are no metrics for, that are not measured, and there are no rankings on the basis of. There is some effort to provide rankings, especially at the state level, on these issues, but that again is limited to a certain extent. And finally, I think one of the last things that we should keep in mind is it is important to recognize and incentivize reformers. Until I think last year, there was actually no incentive for a reformer to conduct reforms. Rather, I think there's a negative incentive to keep doing things the way they were being done, and that way you don't get asked questions. One of the panelists who was supposed to be here, Shailendra Singh, last year received the Prime Minister's Award for excellence in governance because of his work on ease of doing business. But that is one award. I think there's a need to recognize and reward and congratulate those who've done reform and inspire them to do more. So I'll leave that there, leave it here because I'm sure there are lots of questions that follow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, in true sense, you in some way demystified the report. You know, oftentimes we continue to debate what it covers and what it doesn't, and is it really a true reflection of what's happening on ground. I'm building on to a very interesting point that Professor Chandrasekhar made, regulation versus facilitation. And Shardul, who is in better position than you to talk about that? Have you seen the litigations come down? Have you seen that the laws like insolvency and all those new initiatives, especially in that space which the government is trying to move ahead with, has made any difference? Or do you think that these are still, I would say, just scratching the surface while we have to really get beneath that and make a systemic reform?
I think there are two ways to look at the question. The first issue that you raised was in the context of reduction of litigation and ease as a part of ease of doing business, and the other is really, are regulations adding to the cost of compliance, and are they in some sense unnecessary regulations, more directed to records being maintained and for the purpose of catching a wrongdoer. In the context of the litigation aspect, let me share that ultimately India is an extremely litigious country. And I don't think the government really can control, in some sense, the propensity to litigate. The government can actually only assist the ease of doing business by having more forums of dispute resolution. And in that, I think the government's record is not that exciting because the arrears in the judicial process are phenomenal. Every time a new judge comes or a new chief justice comes, his focus is to try and reduce arrears. But by the time he demits his office, probably 100% more litigation has added to the arrears. So it's a pile which never ends, and it keeps on adding because of the sheer number of people that we have and the sort of proportion between judges to the number of people. So this is a major problem, and unless and until the system effectively undergoes a game changer approach where you are either adding to the infrastructure and adding to the judges, you will have to have something pretty path-breaking and a small change, for example, that you have to only engage in time-bound arguments, file your written submissions electronically, and avoid arguments in court and just get 1 hour like the Supreme Court of India, the Supreme Court of USA, where they are bound, even if they're in the midst of a sentence, they have to close. So there have to be different processes and different
manner in which addresses the question of arrears. There are new solutions which are coming forth in terms of electronic delivery of processes, summons. So there are procedural changes happening, but I don't think the cumulative effect of all that has been yet felt. Let me then go to the insolvency regime which has been brought in. There is one positive effect and one negative effect of what's happened. In terms of the element of shock therapy that the government wanted to administer, clearly that has worked, because the fact that industry and promoters can lose their enterprise and be sold, and it can be forcibly sold effectively through a resolution process, and an interim management can also be put into place, is an extremely high fear-inducing factor today. And what has happened is that it has induced promoters to clean up their act and to go and pay the banks and financial institutions their overdues. So this is something which is clearly a positive. It's not really part of the law, but it's the behavior induced by law. So the law doesn't really compel somebody to go and pay up its arrears. That's normal behavior of any entrepreneur, that you have to pay your dues. But despite that normal business ethic, industrialists and entrepreneurs were refusing to pay. But with the fear factor added, they are now coming forth and cleaning their act. If you look at the flip side to this, the process of insolvency is woefully lacking in infrastructure. The tribunals which have been set up to look at insolvency are not adequately manned, and they don't have adequate number of judges, nor do they have adequate number of tribunal spaces where they can adjudicate and hear matters. If you were to compare the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal to the National Company Law Tribunal, probably not even 1/4 the space that the ITAT has is made available to the National Company Law Tribunal. Also, the tribunal is expected to deal with 3 jurisdictions. It is to deal with the normal company law jurisdiction, it is to deal with insolvency, and it has to deal with competition law. And the judges are not specialists in any of these 3 subjects. So they are people who have come up from either the retired judges, who are not necessarily company law specialists or insolvency specialists or competition law specialists. And there's a lot of time which is spent in just educating the judges on what the law has really intended for and what it is trying to tackle. So the specialist judges, horses for courses kind of approach is missing. And that is adding to the time of disposal, it is adding to costs, because if the company is put into administration, the administrative cost for 6 months is pretty significant. To run a company which is bankrupt for 6 months and then to go on extending it by a judicial process because the judges are hearing the matter, and excluding it from the time of disposal, which is a set time limit of 180 days or 270 days, is a very costly process, and nobody's really evaluated the cost of that and who's going to pay for it. It's ultimately the lenders or the new entrepreneur who steps in. One of the two are going to have to pay up the cost of delay. So this is something where the government can definitely step in, or the courts can step in and put some discipline on the process. And today's Economic Times does hint towards the Supreme Court changing the way the NCLT and the NCLAT will have to view processes before them. So in terms of these two, now the third leg of it, what is also missing is a coordinated, cohesive approach to lawmaking, whether it's regulations, whether it's acts. I'll give you a recent instance. This is the major change which has happened in the Companies Act on Section 89 and 90, where there are declarations to be made by beneficial owners, and this may stretch to 10 layers It may stretch to any person or any enterprise which holds 10% in the capacity as a holding company, because that is treated as beneficial interest or significant beneficial interest. Now 10% is no control, yet the government wants to gather these details. And what are they going to do with these hundreds and thousands of filing forms, which are going to be an enormous cost to the economy? Because is this fruitful disclosure? Do you need levels of the intermediaries to file these kind of details? Because if they're 10%, how are they controlled? But the government has said, no, we want to go to the details of 10%. The question of applicability of the law. The SEBI has exempted listed companies and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has not. So there is complete lack of cohesion between two regulators, both regulating companies, one listed companies and the other unlisted companies. So this is the kind of problem which we face. It's the kind of problem that a company like Coca-Cola faces on labeling laws and the food safety laws. There is no, there's no coordination in making the regulation. There is no coordination in administering those regulations, and therefore you have greater litigation. So a little more conscious effort in having all laws which are cognate and which are going to have an impact on doing business needs to be the way forward. You can't have an approach where I make my law and let the other lawmaker or other department do its own thing. It doesn't work. It only adds to the cost of doing business. It doesn't add to the ease of doing business. So these are some of the fallacies and some of the problems which are continuing. Take the commercial court, for example. A whole new concept of having a commercial court dispose of commercial disputes above a certain value has been instituted and a law has been enacted. But where are the judges? It's the same judges who are sitting in the same court who have just nominally been named as commercial courts. You have not brought in any commercial expert or judge with commercial expertise in commercial law to man those courts. So how are you going to increase the speed of disposal? How are you going to bring that element of commercial knowledge brought to bear on disposing of commercial cases? Arbitration, it's a wonderful remedy, time bound in 1 year. But what's the cost of arbitration? What's the cost of an arbitrator? What's the cost of the lawyers who are engaged in disposing of these kind of arbitration proceedings? Enormous. So we have not eased the cost of doing business. We have made it more costly. And I think that is a matter which requires serious attention as to just fulfilling the 6 parameters of the World Bank report on ease of doing business is not enough. We need to do this in the context of our country, examine issues of delays, examine issue of costs involved in delays, and address it in a very different manner.
Thank you, Chaudhary. This is really comprehensive and covers literally the entire spectrum. Before I come to you, Nitin, I'm reminded of a very interesting anecdote. About 2 months back, I was in a conference in Singapore of International Council of Beverage Association. And some of our colleagues from outside of India asked me, who in the company sets the priority of your work as a public affairs professional on a daily basis? So I said, we don't have to do that, government does that for us. Because every morning that you wake up, you realize that there's a new legal metrology law. You touched upon the labeling law. At any given time, 5 different regulatory agencies is parallelly working on absolutely independent labeling law. If you put all of them together, you actually have to send another label along with your package because you cannot cover all of that in that limited space. So the entire concept of cohesive and coordinated lawmaking. Nitin, what do you see really the role of the private sector and many of us as public affairs professionals sitting in this room in contribution to make India a much better place to do business in the ease of doing business? What do you really see as the role of businesses?
Sure, thanks, Rishna. So, I think there are a number of issues which which actually come to fore when you talk of the role of private sector. I think one of the, whether we like it or not, I think one of the big part of our role is to actually educate the stakeholders. I think, while we assume certain things that people understand the issues or the legal provisions or the implications, very often, at least in my experience, engaging with the stakeholders, with the decision makers, it becomes extremely important. And I think most of us understand that education is part of the cost of what the private sector has to incur. The second part, I think, is that, we all understand that any rule, any law is partly a reaction to a situation. And people, the government and the regulators react to what they see. And I think to that extent, the corporate sector also has a responsibility to see how they act, how they conduct the business. And when we say that, the regulation should be reduced, the time that it takes to get approval should go down, or disclosure requirements should go down. I think, I'm not taking away any of the points that Shadul was making in terms of the coordination between departments, etc., and the need for some of that. But I think there is a point in saying that it's a reaction to a situation. So I think the corporate sector, to that extent, needs to accept that responsibility and be cognizant that whatever we do in our conduct will have a reaction from the government or from the regulator or from the courts, for that matter, because courts have become so important today that half the regulations are framed by the courts, actually. So I think that's one part of it. The second, I think, when I talk of engagement, I think it's, we all recognize that, businesses face many challenges, which are, beyond what is arising as a result of regulatory changes, which are far-reaching in any case, which is all around, the change in business models, the issues of geopolitics or its technology disruption, and we all understand that. But I think the question that comes up is how many of the regulators or the policymakers truly appreciate the impact of that on the business, and what kind of flexibility and agility that the businesses need to react to those situations. And I think there's a big disconnect in that sort of situation, where the framing of policies and regulations do not often factor the newer challenges that the businesses face. And I think that element of conversation, the discussion around that needs to be expanded. So while we may have very aware people at the center and maybe few people at the state, but businesses don't have to, on a day-to-day basis, deal with them alone. They have to deal with people on the ground. How do you create that awareness and that mindset is a big challenge. And the question I guess we have to ask ourselves is that, can this be done by the government alone, or we as businesses also need to play a role and be a facilitator in that process? Which actually then takes you back to the whole question of trust. And to what extent are we trusted by the regulators, by the general public, and to what extent we can be effective. And I think therefore building trust, and I'm moving away just from your very specific question here, but I think it's an important part of this discourse, that if that trust factor is missing or it's not up to the level that is appropriate, then we have a problem. And therefore this whole ease of doing business issue will continue to remain a debate because there is a lack of trust between the stakeholders.
Thank you, Nitin. Before I open it up for Q&A with the audience, one last question to you, Shihab. Since you have visibility over 180 countries, 180 plus countries on this ranking that you do, and you talked about the smallest one and the bigger one. Can you give us two examples, one very good and one not so good for India to emulate as this way forward?
Well, thank you. I think that's a very interesting question because primarily at the very start, I had said that it's hard to find comparators for India, given the level of decentralization, given the level of the nature of the government and the size. For example, one of the reasons Russia was able to jump forward very quickly was because most of their decision making and most of their regulation happens at the central level. So even at this province level, you have central government officers who implement the directions of the center. So that makes it a bit complicated. There are only a few countries with the level of complexity that India has in terms of the government structure and the size. Let me start with what a bad example to emulate, and that is Rwanda, which in 1 year, I believe, had jumped some 70 odd places. The way they did it was to try and game the system. It gets easier to game the system if you are not a democracy. And what they had tried to do was to try and make the rules and regulations try and meet the parameters the World Bank sets. That has become slightly harder to do. What the doing business methodology has been updated to look at is to also look at the quality of some of the underlying regulations in each of these indicators. It's very interesting to note that India does very well when it comes to the quality of the regulations, but as others have said, it doesn't do so well when it comes to implementation. So the Commercial Courts Act that Shardul referred to scores quite well. It has all these provisions, or it would score quite well. It has all the provisions necessary, but as Shardul said, the implementation of that is strictly limited by the infrastructure on the ground. Countries that tend to do well do this through a whole of government approach. They don't focus only on the doing business indicators, but rather, building on what many of the panelists said, try to form institution at the center that can help reduce some of these coordination failures, reduce some of these information asymmetries. And countries like, interestingly, the UK has done this relatively quite well. They have a central agency that tries to provide the viewpoint of the business to other government departments. Its name changes every year or so. I think they're called Regulatory Delivery Unit this year. And New Zealand, interestingly, has a similar approach that they've taken. So I'll end there.
Perfect. Okay. I couldn't agree more, Shihab, that there is no competition to India, but unfortunately there is enough competition within India. On that note, I'll open it up for Q&A session with the audience. Anybody who has a question, please raise your hand. May I request if you could just introduce yourself and say who this question is for. Can you, Lakshmi, can you get the mic there? At the central table? If you don't get the mic, can you, let's see the power of your voice.
We understand that it's a very delicate balance between innovation and accessibility. But as a lawyer and seeing the number of rise in patent issues, litigations, how do we work to ensure ease of business in this area?
I think there is a contradiction in the policy of restricting royalty, because the issue of having first removing the restriction and then reintroducing it in a regime which is obviously for ease of doing business is something which is not reconcilable in that context. The perspective that an innovator must get his fair share of the rewards of innovation, and it should be comparatively globally, leveled. So if the world is effectively pegged around 5%, to peg India at 2% is a contradiction. There are consequences of trying to limit the royalty payable, because then new innovations taking place outside of India are not likely to come to India, because if they can achieve a higher reward outside, they will tend to get used outside of India, and in some sense, the newer technologies will not come to India. That, in my view, is contra ease of doing business, because you need to innovate, you need to change, you need to get the best technologies into the country, and therefore to put this limit on royalty, in my view, needs a relook, because it had been taken off completely just 5 or 6 years ago, and to bring it back by virtue of a Kotak committee report, I think was an element where, it's a socialist mindset again, and I think it's contra ease of doing business.
Yes, the front row. Can somebody get the mic there, please?
I'm Ashutosh Bajpai, Head of Operations for DHL Express. Question is for Shihab. First thing on doing business, World Bank Ease of Doing Business ranking. 2006, India was 116. It slipped down to 142. It became 132 or so when this government came, and it's now at 100. Just like we climbed in terms of improving our ranking, what leads to the drop for a country like India? Second one is GST e-way bill has come, so trading across border ranking, will it improve, or is there any, you cannot comment possibly whether it will improve or not. The question is it taken into consideration in the surveys, and who receives the survey? Because I think we read only in the newspaper. We don't know if anyone actually sitting in this room ever received the survey or was participant in the survey. Then who really actually contributes to it in India?
Thanks. All excellent questions. Let me answer them sort of in the reverse order. So I hope Shardul responds to the survey. He's listed as a contributor at least, but the methodology is to talk primarily to what are called business intermediaries. So for each indicator, the idea is that you talk to someone who undergoes that transaction multiple times a year. The challenge with talking to a single business is that, memories do fade. So you do want to talk to those who have experienced multiple times with the same kind of transaction, which is why lawyers and law firms tend to be one of the number one sets of contributors. On trade, they talk to customs agents, freight forwarders, and on construction permits, they talk to architects. So that is who gets those questionnaires. They're not sent to individual businesses. On GST and its impact on trading across borders, it's unlikely to have GST is unlikely to have an impact on that indicator, because the domestic transport time is not taken into account. As you can imagine, if you were to compare the domestic transport time of India versus the domestic transport time of Lesotho, there'd be a huge bias towards smaller countries. So to avoid that bias, they do not take into account the domestic transport time. However, we do expect GST to be reflected in the other indicator, which is called paying taxes, which looks at the state and central government taxes that are applicable. On your first question, could you repeat the question again? Sorry. Yeah.
How is that to be, what can actually happen in future?
So what drives the drop is actually a very interesting question. And in most cases, it is not doing something bad. Right? The opposite of reform might be deform, I don't know. It's not necessarily doing negative reforms that makes you drop. It's the fact that one of the key lessons that we've learned, and this will become more important next year, this year, next year, and the years afterwards, is the cost of standing still is very high. There are, when you are 100, there are 90 countries behind you trying to push up. And if you look at those 90 countries, none of them, with the exception of Brazil, are of the scale and the complexity of India. You have small African, sub-Saharan African countries, and smaller countries, smaller developing countries, where it's much easier to get reforms to happen. So Nepal, for example, might be behind India, but all it would take Nepal would be, on trading across borders, would be to fix the border post between India and Nepal. And that would help it propel it up the rankings. So it's the cost of inaction and the cost of standing still which made India fall back in rankings. Since 2005, when this report has come out, these 190 countries have done 3,500 reforms. So someone is always evolving. As India continues to improve, this pressure on the ranking is going to be even stronger. And what we can foresee is that unless India acts on two critical indicators, one being, which Shardul said, the courts and their efficiency, and the second being the land registration process, it's going to be much more difficult for India to keep improving in the future.
One last question before I hand it over to my colleague Rakesh. Yeah, please, for the vote of thanks.
There has been a feeling that your rankings are Delhi-Bombay centric. I think this was raised. So because there have been a lot of improvements which have happened in states like Andhra, Telangana, ease of doing business. Are your reports Delhi-Bombay centric?
Thank you. So the methodology that has been adopted until about 3 years ago, they only looked at one city, which was Mumbai, for all of India. And that was true for all countries around the world, whether you are of the size of San Marino or you are the size of India or China. And for this reason, about 3 years ago, it was changed so that a second city was added for countries which have a population of more than 100 million. So about 12 countries now have two cities incorporated. The first is always the main commercial city, which, because most companies are incorporated in Mumbai, is Mumbai. The second is the second in terms of population, which is Delhi. So this is why these two cities are incorporated in the survey. This has its challenges, especially when it comes to indicators like land, where you have, in Delhi, where you have a complex interplay of central government land, state government land, municipal land, and land that no one knows who it belongs to. That's where the complexities arise, which might not be the case in a different city. But what's worthwhile to keep in mind is that most of the indicators do not vary on a city level. It's only land, construction permits, power, and one more, just to my mind, that actually vary on the city level. Everything else is either central. Paying taxes used to also vary on a city level, but thanks to GST, that's also been standardized. So the level of the impact of these two cities are only on construction permits, land, and electricity to the family.
Okay. Rakesh? Sure. So before I thank the esteemed panelists for a wonderful discussion, I have a pleasant surprise announcement for all of you. That is, we continue sitting where we are because the next session will be following right after we close this. And so that's, PAFI's way of, practicing agility and keeping the momentum on. So we'll not break for lunch and we'll continue with the next session. All right. Now, this was indeed an exciting session. So starting with Professor Chandrasekhar, who brought in a unique academic perspective, yet very practical on how to, really see ease of doing business through his lens and context. And I really appreciate Shihab providing us with a very nuanced view of, ease of doing business rankings and help us see it in the right context. Okay. So the message for us is that, we should neither be cynical nor be ebullient. Just keep on trucking, keep doing the right things. And of course, thanks to Shardul for providing us the legal judicial perspective on ease of doing business, while we have, some distance to go, but, having that added perspective certainly helps us identifying, the right things that we need to be doing. And of course, Nitin, for bringing, rounding up the entire, conversation with a very broad perspective on the stakeholder connect, and also building the trust amongst the stakeholders, which will probably go a very long way in us achieving the ease of doing business that we aspire for. So with that, I'll request Ishtiaq to thank Shiab with a memento. And also thank Nitin with a small token.
Next one, Shardul.
Shantaran, as we all know, is a former Foreign Secretary and a Special Envoy of the Prime Minister of India. He is also on the Board of the Trustees of India International Centre. I am now requesting Mr. Arun to kick this conversation off. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. I want to thank Ajay Khanna for inviting me to this event. And I must share with all of you that it's really a privilege for me to be sitting next to Mr. Shantaran. At several occasions in my career, he was my immediate boss. And very often I had to pose questions to him and seek clarity on issues so that I could implement them accordingly. And again, so it's good that I am in a position again to pose some questions and hope we are able to clarify things at a time of great confusion. So with your permission, sir, I thought I will start by talking about the 2+2, something that just happened and maybe people read about a bit. So there was a lot of talk about the 2+2, but nobody said that 2+2 equals what. And so in that framework, at a time when this format of the 2+2 at the ministerial level, India has only with the United States. It has a 2+2 with Japan, but at the level of secretary. 2+2 format again was something that India had been reluctant about for a long, long time, but eventually it was agreed when President Trump, with the consultations between the two countries, announced it in August last year, after our Prime Minister's successful visit to the US in June last year. So how do you assess the 2+2, what does it mean? What does it mean for the India-US relationship? What does it mean for the India-US relationship in the global context? And the outcome of this meeting, especially when there had been a lot of uncertainty, when the first meeting scheduled for April was postponed because Secretary Tillerson, he was sacked. And then the one scheduled in July was postponed because clearly President Trump at that stage gave priority focus to the US diplomacy with North Korea rather than the relationship with India. So how do you see that?
Thank you very much, Arun. First of all, let me express also my thanks to Rajiv and to Ajay and to the Public Affairs Foundation of India for giving me this privilege of addressing a very distinguished group of people. And Arun said that he sought a lot of clarity from me when he was working with me. I don't know how much clarity he received, but I certainly received a lot of good advice from him in many of the things that we were working together on. And of course, Arun himself has been ambassador to the US, so I would have thought that he's perhaps in a better position to address this question that he has posed to me. But let me say that I see the 2+2 as really a culmination of some very steady and significant progress that India-US relations have seen over the last, maybe 10 to 15 years. I would in fact rate the beginning of this phase in India-US relations to 2003, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time. Since then, actually, India-US relations have really, quite unexpectedly, perhaps reached a depth and a breadth that would not have been foreseen even 10 years ago. So the 2+2 is certainly a recognition of the fact that there has been this fairly dramatic transformation in India-US relations. And the fact that this has taken place even at the time of uncertainty, the unpredictability of Trump and his administration, I think testifies to the fact that there is a fairly strong bipartisan consensus in taking India-US relations forward. With respect to Trump himself, let me say that when I see the carnage around us, whether it is what Trump has done in Europe or what he is doing in North America, and even in East Asia with now China, let me say that perhaps India-US relations is the least impacted in terms of what you see happening around. So maybe we should be grateful for such small mercies that, we are not perhaps as much in the crosshairs as several other countries, including the allies of the US, have been. What has emerged from 2+2? Well, one good thing that has happened is the Comcasa agreement, which is very fundamental to the next stage of defense cooperation between India and the United States. What also has happened, perhaps in a negative fashion, is that two issues which were outstanding and had the potential of becoming very sort of divergent issues between the two countries. One is Iran, whether we can continue to import oil from Iran, whether we can go ahead with the Chabahar port project, which is of such importance to India. At least it has not been resolved, but let me say that perhaps it has become of less salience than would have been imagined in the past. Secondly, I think on the other important issue, which is the purchase of S-400 anti-missile system from Russia, that also has been a bone of contention. That too, not that it has gone away, but perhaps both sides have agreed that they would not let these two issues, come in the way of the further development of India-US relations. So, in terms of outcome, I think it one represents a further growth in the relationship between the two countries, which has very strong drivers, I think. And secondly, issues that could have derailed the relationship in some way or the other, those issues have been, to some extent, managed, if not resolved.
No, thank you. I thought that was quite clear. And as you mentioned, if you look at the carnage all around us, perhaps the impact on the US-India relationship has been least, although there is some focus more than we would like or expect on the economic issues and the Indian trade surplus with the US, although we are an overall trade deficit country. And I remember when I was still ambassador there in 2016, at the time of the campaign going on, and the sort of noise and messages that were coming out from the Trump campaign, talking about how they were being exploited by allies and the trade issue would need to be addressed. One of the arguments I used to make, talking to people involved in the campaign, is that if you say that your allies are sapping you in terms of resources, money, then India is your ideal partner. We are not an ally. You don't have bases here. We are not asking you to give assistance. We are just saying partner with us economically, technologically, help us grow stronger, and our strength will be a positive contributor. And of course, many US officials do point out that they fully embrace the rise of India and they see the rise of India to be in US interest. But moving from there, one of the issues that you referred to was Russia. And Russia clearly a very, very important partner for India. One of our major defense partners, still more than 60% of our defense inventory is of Russian origin. Russia has provided critical support to India politically at difficult moments in our history. In that background, but in the current context of Russia's growing engagement with China, Russia looking at some opening up with Pakistan, including in terms of military supplies, military exercises, and the very difficult relationship at the moment between US and Russia, Europe and Russia. How do you see us navigating the Russia relationship?
No doubt it has become much more complicated for us because one of the, I think, great advantages that we had during the time when we were negotiating, for example, the Indo-US nuclear deal, was the full support of Russia. And if you look at the 123 agreement, I don't know whether you are aware that there is a clause which says that in case there is a disruption of fuel supplies to India, then the US will convene UK, France, and Russia in order to deal with this, this crisis which may occur. So Russia was seen very much as part and parcel of the kind of transformation which the US was trying to bring in terms of, India's place in the nuclear domain. I very strongly believe that it may have been very much more difficult for us to get the waiver from, say, the nuclear suppliers group if we did not have also the support of Russia, quite apart from the other important countries, because China actually joined the consensus only when it found itself quite isolated. Now you see that as far as NSG membership is concerned, we are unable to overcome basically a Chinese obstruction on our membership, and the Russians, along with the others, are not really are able to overcome that. What we have to realize is that India-Russia relations is not India-Soviet Union relations. I think we keep making the mistake of thinking that India-Russia relations today is something like what it was during the time there was Soviet Union. It is not the Soviet Union. The dynamics of the relationship have changed, and you yourself pointed out to the fact that today Russia's relations with China is completely of a different order. The Indo-Soviet partnership from 1960 to 1990 was to a large extent driven by the perception of China as a common threat. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, that has changed, because it is now Russia which is selling the same advanced weapon systems to China as it has been supplying to India. So things are not quite the same as before, and the density of relationship between China and Russia has been dramatically improved. That does not mean that India-Russia relations do not retain a degree of importance. They do. One of the reasons being, of course, the defense relationship. The fact that with respect to certain kinds of defense technologies, Russia, in fact, is the only country which is willing to share those technologies with us, and that's very important. But also, I would like to point out that even though at this point of time, Russia-China relations are close and might even become somewhat closer, they are driven, this relationship is very much driven by the complications of Russia's relations with the US, with Europe. In a sense, Russia is being pushed in that direction. And of course, we don't like that very much, and we have been advising Europe and the United States that at a time when we are identifying China as the main challenge for our countries, it doesn't make sense that you push Russia in the direction of China. Also because if you look at Russia's vital interests, or the way Russia defines its vital interests, it is Central Asia, it is Eastern Europe, the near neighborhood, as Russia says. Which country is expanding most rapidly in these two areas? It is China. Therefore, if you are looking at the somewhat longer term, the challenge to Russia and its interests in the region actually comes from China. So we should keep this in mind, that there is no long-term convergence of interests that I see between Russia and China. And I think we should work on that assumption, which means that it is in our interest, in fact, to keep Indo-Russian relations in fact, good repair.
No, thank you. Thank you for that very detailed response. I happened to serve twice in Moscow. And although I served in the same city twice, it was in two different countries. Because the first time was the Soviet Union, second time the Russian Federation, and a completely different experience, as you mentioned. And many perhaps haven't noticed that in the first half, or almost the entire 1990s, Russia was entirely focused on improving its relations with the West. And some of the old partners of the Soviet Union were not quite getting the same attention and level of cooperation. It was only when NATO expansion to the East happened that Russia felt that the West was finally seeing Russia as not as a partner, but as the other, and therefore it had to start defining its new framework of cooperation with other countries. So with that in mind, and again going back to the latter phase of your response, it takes us to the question of China. The China we are dealing with today is a very different China. Its GDP is 5 times India's GDP. Its defense expenditure is 3 or 4 times India's defense expenditure. If we look at growing Chinese presence in South China Sea, in the Indian Ocean, in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal is exercising its hedging and leverage between India and China. It's building in Gwadar, its military presence in Djibouti. So how do you see the rise of China, military, political, economic, and how does India deal with that?
There is no doubt in my mind that the principal challenge that we confront today is, in fact, the rise of China. But I would caution against looking at that challenge only in terms of a security threat to India, because I think there are also possibilities of looking at the rise of China as an opportunity as well, particularly with respect to the commercial and economic opportunities that it could offer. So you have to balance both these aspects. I think one should not pose China as an enemy, because that becomes a sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy that China inevitably will be an enemy. However, I think you have mentioned the asymmetry of power between India and China. That asymmetry to some extent is even expanding, which inevitably will limit your room for maneuver. There are no two ways about it. How do you respond to that? Well, the only effective way of responding to that is building up your own capabilities. I mean, there is no escape from that. If India tomorrow starts growing at the rate of 9 to 10% per annum and begins to shrink the space, the power asymmetry between the two countries, the perceptions of India will dramatically change, and also, India's own confidence in dealing with the China challenge will also change. If I go back to the period 2003 to 2007, one of the reasons why we were able to actually, in terms of India-China relations, actually make a few advances. You remember the Sikkim issue was resolved. You had the Chinese Prime Minister in 2005 at least privately conveying to the Prime Minister that we would welcome India even becoming a member of the UN, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. That there is a certain strategic dimension to India-China relations which goes beyond our bilateral relations, and it is in that context that we should quickly try to resolve the border issue. That was at a time when actually India was seen, if we were growing at the rate of about 9%, maybe 10% per annum, India was seen as the next China. India was being seen as a country which is very soon going to be in a similar league as China. So de-hyphenation, if you remember, with Pakistan, and more hyphenation with China. Since the economic and financial crisis of 2007-2008, that hyphenation has started becoming much weaker. And therefore, the view of India as a countervailing kind of a power to China, that has been, and that has consequences. In the meantime, what do you do? Number one, are you prepared to commit yourself to not accepting a regional order or a global order which is actually dominated by China? Because if you are not ready to accept that, then of course you need to build up your own capabilities and have confidence in being able to do that. Second is, inevitably, you will need to try and become part and parcel of what I call a countervailing coalition. And that is precisely what we are trying to do. That is building up relations with the US, building up relations with Japan, building up relations with Southeast Asian countries, not so much as a containment of China, but certainly restraining the unilateral assertion of power by China. I think that is very important. One must make that distinction. And I think currently, because India-China relations are very much influenced by the international context prevailing at a particular point of time, because China is under tremendous pressure from the US, finds the unpredictability of Trump something difficult to deal with. There is a new willingness to actually reach out a little more to India than perhaps in the past. And I think that is the reason for the Wuhan summit and the talk about Wuhan spirit. Just see how that is a very different narrative from what we had to face immediately after Doklam, where the language was being used even by the Chinese official media was perhaps more aggressive, more abusive than what we had seen in 62. So there is a big change. Why a change? I think essentially China is little less confident in terms of dealing with the situation that has arisen as a result of Trump's policies than may have been the case maybe just a couple of years ago.
And in this context, if you could just share your thoughts on the One Belt, One Road sort of initiative, which is seen essentially as China's strategic thrust, but now seems to be facing some pushback, with more and more questions being raised in several countries about the sustainability of the debt that is being generated. So how do you assess that?
Well, it shows that the caution which was displayed by India in terms of, whether it should join the OBOR or not, I think that caution has been fairly well founded. But let me make a few points here. One is, there is no doubt that the OBOR is both driven by economic factors, but also driven by strategic intent. Economic factors is that at a time when there is a large amount of surplus capacity in Chinese industry, whether you're looking at steel, iron and steel, or whether you're looking at road building capability or power plants, China's market is saturated, and therefore it is looking for ways in which that surplus capacity can be utilized. And I think the OBOR has come in very handy in terms of exporting that surplus capacity. That is one. Second is, I think in terms of the connectivity that China wishes to put in place, it is going back to a judgment that the arteries of commerce, the nuts and bolts of commerce, greatly determine what could be the shape of the new world economic order. So in terms of China emerging as a kind of a pivot of those communication networks, this is something which would stand China in good stead when it is looking at its own emergence as a global power. No doubt about that. And it has huge amount of surplus capital to be able to accomplish this. However, the attraction for others may be the money, but what is becoming very clear is that this is not a multilateral initiative. This is a string of bilateral deals between China and various partner countries. There is no kind of overarching multilateral framework within which it is being done. This is in sharp contrast, for example, to the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank or even the BRICS Development Bank, where we had a very, very important role to play in terms of the shaping of these institutions. There is a shareholding by many countries, and India, in fact, is the second largest shareholder in these. What should be the personnel policies of this institution? What should be its lending policies? What should be the criteria on which it should judge the economic viability of projects? All these are issues in which we have had a very important role to play in the structure of these institutions. That is not the case with the OBOR. That is a Chinese-designed initiative, and the funding of the projects which are under this mainly involve not loans to partner countries, but the involved Chinese banks giving loans to Chinese companies to enable them to invest or carry out projects in partner countries. I mean, that's an important distinction. So if you look at most of the power plants which are being set up in Pakistan, they are being set up by state-owned Chinese companies, which are being financed through loans by Chinese banks. It is not money which is going to the Pakistani government. The terms on which these are being done is that there is a guaranteed return, sovereign guarantee of return on capital invested, which has been given to these Chinese companies. It can extend to something like, 16% to 18% in one or two cases, because the plant is being built in some insecure places. It has been also mentioned that it is as much as 34%. Now, if you are going to guarantee a return of this magnitude, and you cannot pass on the entire increase in terms of tariffs, who will have to bear that economic burden? It will be the Pakistani government. Secondly, on who will determine what is the amount of capital invested? There is no objective criteria according to which it is being determined that this is the amount of capital being invested. So this is what the Chinese company says is what is the capital that has invested. So there is a lot of lack of transparency, which is the reason why even in Pakistan there is now a pushback. And the new government has said that many of the projects will have to be re-examined again, quite apart from the pushback that you see in some of the other countries. Malaysia is, of course, a very important example. So our response has been, we have reservations about the OBR, but as was agreed in Wuhan, it does not prevent India and China from working together in third countries. If the project is viable, if the project is in consultation with the partner concerned, we would be willing to look at that. And one project we have been looking at is, of course, in Afghanistan.
I have a whole set of additional questions, but I'll pose two more before turning it over to the audience for some questions from the floor. One, for a long, long time, even till as late as the 1980s or beyond, the US worked to keep India boxed in South Asia. And I remember there was a 1992 draft strategic assessment document that came out from the US Defense Department, which spoke of a primary objective of US foreign policy to prevent India's hegemonic designs in South Asia. Now from that to today, when the US Pacific Command has been named the Indo-Pacific Command, and we hear more and more talk of the convergence of interests between the two countries in the Indo-Pacific, defined by the US as stretching from the west coast of India to the west coast of the United States, and building new networks and architectures of security in the framework of which, of course, there is ASEAN centrality. We are doing the India, US, Japan trilateral, the quadrilateral at certain level with Australia. So how do you assess this evolving? And in the framework of that, how do we look at our more immediate interests also in the Bay of Bengal region and in the broader Indian Ocean region?
What is the geography of Indo-Pacific? I think it is not settled. So if you look at Japan, it talks about the confluence of the two oceans, and its concept of Indo-Pacific is quite expansive and is perhaps closest to the Indian concept, as put forward by Prime Minister Modi at Singapore at the Shangri-La dialogue. In its broad sense, there is no doubt that we are looking at both the eastern reaches of the Indian Ocean as well as the western reaches of the Indian Ocean. But as you said, the United States looks at it in a more narrow sense of extending only to the eastern, maybe just to India from the west coast of the United States, and so does Australia. To a very large extent, look at Indo-Pacific in the same way. However, if I look at what really is the change that Indo-Pacific has brought into the security discourse. There is no doubt that what it represents and what is important for India is that Asia Pacific has now become Indo-Pacific. So the only change is that what was regarded earlier as the Asia Pacific region, and India was not seen as part of it, now there is an acknowledgement that India's power, its footprint, has increased to the extent that it must be included, and the Asia Pacific concept must be expanded to include India as well. So for us, that is an important element. Second, in terms of how you operationalize the whole concept of Indo-Pacific, I think it would be fair to say that even though in terms of our narrative, we are looking at that broader concept, in terms of how it will operate, we are looking at in a much more narrower way. Why do I say that? Because we are trying to balance the concept of Indo-Pacific with the other very important element in our policy, which is our Act East policy, and where we have recognized, as you yourself mentioned, the centrality of ASEAN. ASEAN centrality is very useful to us. It may not be a group of very powerful countries, but I think what ASEAN does is provides a very convenient platform for some kind of reconciliation of very differing interests of the major powers. So it has an importance in that respect. And we do not want to lose that. Because if you say ASEAN centrality, it also means you don't accept Chinese centrality. You know? So to that extent, in rhetorical terms, it is quite useful to you. And also you will see that in the latest joint statement that we have had with Indonesia, which is the key country in ASEAN, one of the most important countries, and probably will emerge as the fourth or the fifth largest economy in the world in the next 20 years or 30 years. So it's a very important country. So in the joint statement with Indonesia, we in fact have defined Indo-Pacific in this context as recognizing ASEAN centrality and working through ASEAN-led mechanisms. So in a sense, we are being somewhat ambiguous in terms of how we define Indo-Pacific. Also, I think to assuage some concerns on the Chinese side, that this is not something that is directed against China, which is, finally, I would like to say, the reason why we have been very reluctant to somehow or the other conflate Indo-Pacific with, say, the Quad. That we are saying, no, the Quad is a different thing, Indo-Pacific is a different thing. They are not the same thing.
And again, as part of that, and perhaps also a reflection of India asserting its strategic autonomy, that while in the framework of the Indo-Pacific, we are talk of ASEAN centrality, the trilateral, and to some extent the quadrilateral. But if we look at the Eurasian landmass, we are very much part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where we are present with China, Russia, and the Central Asian countries. So there is that balancing depending on where the interests are more primarily involved. So one last question on trade. In terms of various multilateral or plurilateral trade negotiations, India is often seen as an outlier for whatever reason. And be it at the WTO, and we've had second thoughts on many of the FTAs and other trade agreements that we had entered into. And similarly, in the context of RCEP, according to some of the reports that perhaps India is not in sync with the others who are there. So how do you see, keeping in mind its strategic interests, how does India look at its economic relationships?
Well, there are two aspects. One is I am somewhat concerned about creeping back, in a sense, towards the old strategy of import substitution, which we successfully abandoned in the 1991-92 reforms. And I think that would sell India short in the future if we start moving in that direction, if we start talking the language of how Indian industry needs to be protected, that we should once again start raising tariff walls. In fact, we have started doing that. As you know, we have twice raised, tariffs. To my mind, maybe I'm minority in this, but to my mind, that is really reversing the course that actually has given India a lot of benefits. It is in the period of globalization inaugurated in 91, 92 that India has seen high rates of growth. It has seen an upgradation of the quality of its industry and its business. It would be a pity if we start, in fact, going back because we are afraid of competition. Whether that competition is coming from China or from some other countries. Secondly, despite the fact that the WTO is there, the WTO is not quite the sole forum where trading arrangements are being negotiated. In fact, its role has been mainly taken over by the free trade agreements, whether bilateral or plurilateral, that have become much more prominent, as you yourself have said. Now, in that context, if we are looking at our own region, we are not part of the TPP or the TPP minus US. Despite the fact that the US has walked out, the other members, that is I think 12 out of the 13, have in fact decided to go ahead with the TPP. So a very large number of partners that you have in this region are already a part of a very high standard free trade agreement in Asia. Second, if China is of course not part of that, but China is a member of APEC, that is the Asia Pacific Economic Community. And China itself has taken the initiative to initiate, in fact, negotiations on a possible free trade area of the Asia Pacific. Now, while that dynamic is unfolding, you have the TPP minus US, which is in place. The only game in town where India is also a part is the RCEP. If we miss out on the RCEP, my sense is that we will, for a considerable period of time, will be completely pushed to the margins of both the regional economy, forget about the global economy. And do you, as a country which is what, the 5th largest economy in the world, do you wish to be sitting at the margins where others are making the rules, where others are coming up with new trading arrangements? And don't forget that many of the things that are being discussed and being negotiated upon will willy-nilly at some point of time start entering the WTO process. So if you think that you can somehow or the other avoid making the kind of commitments which are necessary in order to make sure that you are still part of the global economy, that is not a very realistic expectation. So my plea would be that those in Indian business who believe that free trade agreements have not quite worked to their advantage, let us re-look at some of these issues. And my own sense about the free trade agreements, for example, that we have with Japan, with Korea, with Singapore, we have in fact done some studies on those FTAs. And our judgment is that many of the provisions in those trade agreements, which could have been utilized by Indian partners, in fact, to expand their market share in these countries, were never utilized. They were never even invoked by the Indian parties. So it seemed as if the chief objective of the Indian side was how not to lose market share, rather than to look at how I can actually expand our market share. Now, if you go into these kind of trading arrangements with that kind of a mindset, should it come as a surprise to you that you are not very competitive? Because you are not prepared to really expose yourself to the kind of, the global economy is become very competitive. There is no escape from that. So I think some very deep thinking is required on this, and this cannot be done by government alone. It has to be something that government and business have to sit together and work out what is the strategy we adopt.
Thank you. I think that's the right note now to turn to the audience for questions, and we'll take a few questions and then move to lunch. Yeah, Please identify yourself and then.
Thank you, Ambassador. My name is Vishwanath and I'm past president of PAFI, and I work with a law firm which does a lot of work on trade. Last answer, I will not get into that, but I had a different question. I find that a discussion on Europe doesn't happen when you're talking about India's strategic partnership. While it was a very major partner for us some years back, has Europe lost its, have we lost interest with Europe, or is it the other way around, and what exactly is the way?
I'll let Mr. Shamsaran also answer that, but before that, I must take some blame as the moderator. Europe was on the list, but I needed a little more time. But clearly, if you look at our trade partnerships, if you take Europe as a whole, it's as large as the United States, if not more. And in terms of technology partnerships, I served in France, and as a defense partner, as a partner in space, and partner in nuclear energy. France is among our leading partners. And the process that is happening in Europe, the disruption happening, the challenge to the idea of Europe, the shift to the right, are all challenges for us. And so, yes, we have to focus on Europe, but I think it poses less of an immediate challenge, and I think that's why it doesn't get the same level of attention. So would you like to say?
Yeah, I think the answer is that there is no doubt that Europe has diminished in salience in terms of not only the way India looks at the world, but how the rest of the world looks at Europe. So the reason for that is the fragmentation that is taking place within Europe itself. Not just Brexit, that's a more acute aspect of it, but there is a disintegration taking place within Europe itself. You see, for example, the policies followed by Orban in Hungary, or what has happened in the recent elections in Italy. So there is a fragmentation taking place. So the kind of coherence which we certainly very much supported, we felt for quite some time that a united Europe is in India's interest. Why? Because here is an entity which is multicultural, multilingual, plural democracy, and it could actually serve, in terms of our own preference for a multipolar world, could actually function as a very powerful entity in itself, and would support, therefore, a multipolar world order which India wanted. That, vision of Europe, in a sense, stands shattered now. So what has happened is that India's response to that, and the response of some of the European countries, has been to try and develop much stronger bilateral relations. Arun pointed to France. That is certainly one example. But you see the dramatic improvement that has taken place in India's relationship with Germany. Today, the key partner for India in Europe is Germany. And I would also say that perhaps we are getting much more attention from Germany today than we did when it was just our relationship with the European Union. So this is not because we are willfully neglecting Europe, but I think the dynamics are such that, who do we deal with? If you have such a fractured entity, who do you deal with? So I think for the foreseeable future, until Europe itself gets its, gets its act together, I think you will see more development of relations with Europe bilaterally rather than multilaterally with the European Union.
So I'll take a question from the back there before coming to this.
Thank you. My name is Colonel Arora. Mr. Saran, while India seems to be greatly enamored for various reasons with making good relations with the US, with Europe, with China, with France, but when we look right into our backyard, and starting from Pakistan, which is a difficult customer since you can't change geography, from Maldives to Sri Lanka, to China making inroads into the Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh, Nepal showing its small teeth now, and Myanmar also, which still remains some kind of a safe haven for, some small terrorist groups having bases, incursion into Manipur, into Assam. The NEA seems to be floundering on that aspect because nothing seems to be concretized and we don't seem to be addressing that. We are only enamored in looking towards US and China. Is that a mistake or is that part of some kind of a deliberate policy that we ignore our immediate neighbors? Thank you.
Well, I think Arun can tell you much more about the pleasures of dealing with Pakistan because
I deliberately didn't ask about Pakistan. So.
You know, I have consistently said that the highest priority in our foreign policy has to be given to our neighborhood. That is in a sense self-evident because if you can't get your neighborhood right and you can't manage your own periphery, it is very difficult to think in terms of a optimal regional policy or an optimal global policy. I mean, this is in a sense the nuts and bolts of any kind of strategy that you wish to pursue. But we should recognize that there are, of course, challenges in dealing with individual neighbors. Pakistan certainly. We cannot fault successive Indian leaders who have actually taken some political risk in reaching out to Pakistan, including Prime Minister Modi himself. After all, he went to Lahore to try and see whether he could change the dynamics in the relationship. He failed. So it is not for want of trying. I mean, it is not that always it is what you can do or what you have not done which determines how the relationship has developed. It also depends upon what the other side is doing. I mean, it always takes two to tango in that sense. It is not a surprise that any of our smaller neighbors are dealing with an India which is, you know, the dominating presence in the region, will always be looking for, you know, how to balance that overwhelming power. Whether it is reaching out to China, whether it is reaching out to the US, this has been something which we have had to face for quite some time. But I will say this, that perhaps the kind of investment which is required in dealing with our neighbors, whether it is in terms of, you know, how much attention, say, the Ministry of External Affairs can give to the neighbors. You know, we have very limited manpower in terms of handling these relationships. How much of political commitment there is in terms of these relationships. Only bureaucrats cannot handle these relationships. You must have, at the political level, you must have a strong commitment as well. That, to some extent, is missing. Number three, which to my mind is being a very important factor in we're not being able to really run our neighborhood policy efficiently, is the lack of delivery capability. Which is, we commit ourselves to projects, we commit ourselves to various kinds of schemes, and actually our delivery is very, very poor. And that is always contrasted with what China is able to do in terms of very quickly implementing the projects it promises. So this is something which will always, you know, stand in the way of our being able to really deal with the neighborhood properly. So partly it is structural, and we have to deal with that. As I said, I mean, your neighbors will look for countervailing kind of you know, relationships. But how do we deal with that requires, number one, a increase in human resources, diplomatic resources to deal with the neighbors, and number two, you certainly require much more efficient delivery capability with regard to projects that you are doing there than is currently the case. It is very, very poor, very inefficient.
One last question, and so quick question, we'll try and do a quick answer because otherwise I'm told we have to skip lunch, so please.
Simple question on India. I'm Pranjal Sharma, and that's on India's, is this working? Okay. On India's relationship with Africa, I'm failing to grasp the strategy that India has had in the last decade or so. I know there's been a lot of enthusiasm from Prime Minister Manmohan Singh onwards. I was part of a couple of delegations, but beyond the line of credit, we have not been able to go, and even that's pretty much floundering. And of course, you know the inroads China has made in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa particularly. Interestingly, Indian private sector has now started setting up manufacturing bases in the Horn of Africa and Ethiopia and on the eastern side. But I don't see where India's larger policy towards Africa is.
I think this was one of the questions which Arun was not able to ask. There is no doubt that Africa must enjoy a pretty high priority in foreign policy of India. And I think, to be fair to the government, not only this government, but previous government, Africa has been an area of focus. Yes, lines of credit. We have also encouraged, Indian private sector investment. Private sector itself has taken some good initiatives, like, we have the India-Africa conclave, if I'm not mistaken, where we, very regularly invite African, officials, businessmen to see what business opportunities we could mutually benefit from. So this has been steadily growing, and it is reflected in the fact that there is a significant increase in the trade volume between India and Africa, and also investment in Africa by India. I think what happens is that we constantly compare what we are able to do and what we have been able to do with what China has been able to do. And I have always believed that it's a mug game to try and always, pursue what the Chinese are doing, therefore we must do the same thing. I don't think that really works. What is more important is looking at what are the areas of your strength and try to leverage that. One of the areas where India has actually been not only successful but has managed to create tremendous amount of goodwill in Africa is capacity building, is education. And education both by private sector involvement, but also what the government of India has been able to do, whether it is scholarship schemes or whether setting up institutions of learning in Africa. We also have, more recently started setting up centers for creating capacity in very, very specific areas like textiles, for example, or small industries. Small and medium industry is another area where actually the Indian experience has been found very useful by Africa. And we have been trying to expand that as well. Something which is not very much in focus is military training. Again, Indian military training is very popular with a lot of African countries. So there is a focus on Africa, but we have not been able to, of course, bring it to the level that begins to be seen as an alternative to China. I don't think we will be an alternative to China. So it's not that direction which we should be taking. Unfortunately, that happens a lot of time because people say, oh, China is doing this, what are you doing? I don't think we should fall for that kind of game. So Africa actually is going to be, I think, in the next several years, probably the area of the greatest opportunity. And while government must do things, I think private sector itself needs to also start looking at this region as being something, as being an area which could actually prove to be very, very profitable for Indian investment. We have not quite got to that stage.
I don't know how to close this session, but just to say that it's a design failure on our part. We should probably have kept a couple of hours for this session rather than just 40 minutes. And, to cover the world, and I'm sure so we'll come back to you with a request that we do a separate session on this whole geopolitics and the impact on trade and India. And also as public affairs professionals, we need to look at how geopolitics impacts trade much more strategically than we do it currently. So ladies and gentlemen, the new paradigm is we have lunch in 15 minutes. The next session will start immediately, but you do have time to interact with both Mr. Saran and Mr. Singh during lunch. But my request is please do come back quickly because the next panelists are already here waiting for the lunch to be over. And please join me in thanking